Hi, everyone. Oops. Hi, my name is Kevin Nguyen. I'm the UH Esports Program Assistant, and I've been with the university since 2019. We started our esports program during the rise of Fortnite, actually, and that's when the university took notice of this growing phenomenon. And that's when they decided, hey, this is something that we want to invest in. And at the time, I was a student ambassador with a company called Corsair, a PC parts manufacturer. And with them, I started our first student-led club. And when that gained traction, the university decided, hey, this is something that we really want to invest in. We want to take someone on full-time, and I got to make it my dream to work in video games and esports. And so to all the parents out there, to all the students out there, yes, this can be a career. No, I wasn't playing video games all day. I was working hard to make sure that this could happen. And now my goal is to make sure that you students can find a pathway in this dream job that I have.
Nice. Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming out. My name is Jordan Oliver. I'm Director of Esports at HPU, Hawaii Pacific University, and Manager of Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena over here at Aloha Tower. Thank you all for coming out. Really appreciate it. Our program has been open and in operation for the better part of 6 years now. It's really probably creeping up closer to 7 when you look at when this started getting off the ground. HPU really positioned itself I think very presciently and well with this, but it's a community center. Our really, the core of our esports program is community development and listening to the community and responding to that. I think localization is going to be one of the new buzzwords in esports, but it's always been at the heart of it. Personally got into gaming and esports through just organically, passionately. It's something that I've loved my entire life, and it's been a game changer for me, and I would love to pass that opportunity on to all you students that are here. HP has a great program we're excited to talk about. But as Kevin said, this is something that's very much grounded in that entrepreneurial spirit. There's something for everybody in this room. Any discipline can be connected to esports and gaming. It is, by all means, a new subset of culture. And, you know, it's not just competitive gaming. So please don't be shy. Ask any questions. Thank you so much for coming out.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin Craig. I'm the esports coordinator at Stony Brook University out in Long Island, New York. We're a pretty young program. We started our varsity program as of fall of 2022. It's been about a year and a half now, since we've been there. But prior to that, we were a club program since 2019 up until 2022. So our students have been really passionate into everything, really supportive of that, and even more so the Stony Brook community and university as itself. Supporting all of this, bringing us out here, and allowing us to build this program up to bigger and better things every single time. So, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Bilski. I am the Director of Esports at Michigan State University. We are a large public land-grant university in East Lansing, Michigan. Basically, our program is pretty new. This is our first ever season as a varsity program. We compete in 3 titles, Valorant being one of them, as well as Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Rocket League. We just opened our first facility, the Alienware MSU Esports Lounge. It opened last week, about 10 days ago, roughly. And so we're very excited to open that facility for our students. In my opinion, probably the nicest facility in Michigan. So we're I'm slightly biased, but really excited to open and offer those opportunities to students. Something that I always like to kind of underline with our program is that Michigan State University houses esports under the College of Communication Arts and Sciences. And what's special about that is it really highlights the fact that we're utilizing esports as an opportunity for you to get careers after college. We don't want to use your 4 years or 5 years at Michigan State University and your connection with the esports program to help you build portfolios, resumes, so that those 4 or 5 years can help you for the next 40 years of life after you leave Michigan State. So really excited about it. It fits perfectly with our mission of our college, #1 ranked game development program for a public university in the country. We're very excited about those connections. So happy to be here. First ever trip for our Valorant team. So Hawaii is a great way to start. And yeah, looking forward to the weekend's events.
Awesome. Absolutely. And you actually touched on it perfectly for my next question, because obviously esports falls under a couple of different sort of umbrellas depending on what school you're at. So you touched on it a little bit there, but sort of talk a little bit more about what it's like to be sort of under that umbrella, and then some of maybe the challenges as well that you face and overcome to get your program to this point. Because I know for a lot of schools, especially for having these students coming in and really fighting for the program, talk to us a little bit about what it's been like to continue to build this up. Obviously, you just launched this new facility, so excited to hear. So how did you kind of get to that point?
Yeah, I think so. Esports at Michigan State University has been a long time coming. Our esports club was founded in 2016. It's currently one of the largest student organizations on campus that has 15 different gaming organizations under it. So if you play a game from Fortnite to Pokemon to Age of Empires 2, for people who might be a little bit closer to my age, we have a gaming club for you at Michigan State University. And with that comes a variety of opportunities for how you can get involved. Right? We have our varsity teams, which are teams that compete at a very high level, travel across the country, clearly. But also, if that's not necessarily the best fit for you, we have plenty of other ways to get involved with esports at Michigan State. And that was one of our primary goals, right? Whether it's playing for one of our club teams, which can be a bit more casual of an environment, a little bit more for fun, or whether it's getting involved with everything else that goes to esports. When you come to an esports event like this, you see obviously the players on the stage, but if you look around the room, there's so many other people that are involved in making this event happen. And for us, we're looking at trying as much as possible to get our students involved, not just as players, but in everything else that's happening as well, right? We want to get you behind the camera, in front of the camera, doing the play-by-play, the casting. We really want to build those skills to help you develop and get to that next stage of life after Michigan State. So one thing that sets us apart, like I said, we're under an academic college at Michigan State University. That's pretty rare when it comes to esports. I'll let them kind of discuss their own structures, but one thing that definitely sets us apart.
Appreciate that. So at Stony Brook, we're programmed under recreation and wellness. Personally, I was very excited when I heard that. I was always really big into fitness and health, and I think that's one of the best benefits of being under recreation and wellness is all the access that we have to that sort of stuff. As esports athletes, you might not necessarily think you're straining your bodies the way that you are, but end of the day, you are still putting a lot of strain on them, and you need to take care of it. So being under recreation and wellness has been a huge boon to our program. As far as the development of this program, it's been for me pretty smooth sailing actually so far. Yeah, there's red tape and other things that you have to deal with as a university, but nothing that's been outstanding. The whole community and university as a whole has been very, very approving of every project or event that I've thought of. So it's been really, really great time just trying to build that up and get that rolling. Just like Chris, we also recently opened up our esports room 2 months ago, just the beginning of December now. And the student body showed up for that grand opening. I was expecting 30, 40 people, but we got a couple hundred students to show out for that. And we're in the process of putting together a broadcasting and production room to create a very holistic program where you're not just going to be athletes, you're not just going to be players. You are going to build those skills, much like what Chris was saying. You are going to learn how to be on camera, how to communicate with one another, how to program, how to do everything of that, social media, design, graphic design, etc., and really find a way to make a full career out of this. I was a student player myself, a collegiate player myself, and to be able to be in this position currently is something I want to share to every student who's able to come to Stony Brook and really give that opportunity to them.
Nice, thanks. So yeah, at HPU, we definitely are in a unique position. So not only due to our size, but also being sort of this only community esports gaming space in the state until recently. Some new land centers opening up, so definitely want to give them credit. But we're happy to help that. But really what we try to focus on is making good on that access and making esports equitable. We're not quite there, obviously. The stage is not as representative as we would like it to be. But really, every single day, we're answering phone calls and emails from around the state and mainland trying to figure out esports. We don't like gatekeeping. I don't think there's place in esports yet for big egos. I think we're all figuring this out. The IPs are changing. It's quicksand, but it's building a mountain at the same time. So we really want to connect our students with this community and help them understand what that takes. And it takes a lot of listening. There's a lot of checking each other in esports and delegitimizing and what do you play? Oh, that's not a real game, and that genre is not legitimate enough. But again, it's culture, and we service our community as best as we can. We take these students out to KawaiiCon, KK fairs, and we do summer camps. None of it's perfect yet. None of it's perfect yet. Every day there's something that pops, and we get together, we figure it out. But we stay agile, and I really think it's amazing. It very much lends itself and reflects what we're doing online, in that we specialize in roles. We have support. We have our point person, and across the board. I won't go and bore you, but we have 15 student staff at any given time that are running this. I have one full-time staff member, Mike Kevin, and he's amazing. Kevin Roboyo, hire that man. Seriously, though, it's incredible what these students bring to the table. And our system is we listen to every voice in the room. If there's a problem, even if it's someone coming through to change out our vending machine or help us out with keeping the place neat and tidy, we'll say, what do you think about that? And it's amazing the feedback that we get and that we pass on to our students. It's very challenging to host events like this, especially given the resources. But the reality is there's not a lot of resources in esports until you have that ROI or that community buy-in. And the takeaway from that is we have to advocate for ourselves. If there's something you want in this community, in esports, there's something that's missing or that you want to see, that's what we've positioned ourselves to be, is that you can come to us and ask, how do we get there? And we try to say yes to everything. We overcommit, in fact. But that's where we're here. We're a small school. And the students we get are the students that we have, so we shift with it. I think we have a great 5-stack this year, so I'm excited for the weekend. I'm excited for the rest of the year in general. But it is about tacking. So there's not always a head, there's headwinds sometimes. Sometimes the wind's at your back, but you got to tack. Keeping progress going, it's not linear, and the challenges keep coming. Retractions in the market, corrections, or perfecting it. We're not sure where we are, but the reality is we have this mandate to make sure our students are not wasting their time. So HPU is chasing the opportunities we can. So we're going into cognitive research study with Queens. And some other local entities. We're excited. We just launched that last week, so we're going to be using healthcare science to track brainwave activity, cognitive activity under different circumstances to see those ergonomics come through. We are opening up our programming in partnership with some local companies to bring in some more people, more talent, following in the footsteps of our neighbors in the Trip to Seoul. We're hopefully starting up some good internship programs that we're excited to announce. But a lot of it is listen to our students. What do you want to see? What do you want to see? What do you want to see when you come over and hopefully take that scholarship and play Val for us? Where do you want to go? I don't know that you're going to hit VCT, but the reality is we can get you on the phone with Riot. We can get you on a Zoom call. There's just small groups. We'll go sit over there. But you have to let us know what you want. We're doing the best we can to build this industry in the image of what we want, but the reality is, and I say this a lot, but it is seeds to a tree that we probably won't enjoy the shade of, but you can. So let's keep it healthy. Anyways, so that's what we're out here for. Right now we have Valorant is our main title, but we are recruiting in general. But the future, I don't know what it looks like, because we're gonna chase the demands of the community and in the industry and see where we go. Anyways, I think that's a good start.
Thank you, Jordan. I actually want to jump off of what you just spoke about. HPU, like you said, limited resources, but you guys have a wonderful program. And you guys might not know this, but HPU started before UH Esports. And we were here for the grand opening, Sky and I, and we thought, hey, if HPU can run something like an esports program, why can't we? And so we were still a club at the time, and that's when we started brainstorming the idea of, hey, I have an ego. I think we're a better school. I think we can beat them. Like, we're a much larger school, so why don't we try to build out a program? And so we started creating a pitch deck, and that's when we realized that our president was already eyeing out esports, and they decided, hey, this is something we wanted to invest in. So we got to skip that part, and this is me as a senior in college. I'm sitting in a boardroom, and you were asking about the umbrella with the athletic director, our ITS director, education, student life. I didn't think I belonged there. The imposter syndrome was hitting. But that's when I realized, okay, this is a perfect opportunity to grow, to showcase why esports is important to student development. And with the luxury of having all these people in the room, we all decided that, hey, instead of putting it under athletics where there's a lot of red tape, or putting it under student life where there could be some other potential problems, the information technology department was the best place to put it. But we have this advisory board where they're all willing to put in their resources where, hey, if athletics wants to shout us out, this past weekend, we got to go to our men's basketball game, and they got to shout us out at the stadium. And so these are small things that where we work collectively as a unit rather than just one singular core, we're able to grow out of that. But ultimately, I think what all of us here want is student enrichment. We're all trying to grow our students together. And I actually want to throw this out to you too. When I was first entering high school or college as a high school grad, initially I wanted to go to UCI. I think we all know that UCI was probably the leading program in collegiate esports at the time. I don't know if you guys know Pokimane. She was throwing out scholarship money towards her. And I'm like, man, if I graduated 1 year later, I could have had this scholarship. I would have been that good. But then I realized after I graduated college that if I had went to UCI, I would have just been that cog in a machine. So I want you guys to try to experiment. If you go to a smaller school, if you go to a school that doesn't have a program, you guys can go there and build it yourself. It's a lot more fun. It's a lot more enrichment. It's a lot more fulfilling. But us as directors here, we all work with our students to make sure that you're not that cog, that we can help you grow, that you can find that opportunity that you're looking out for. So, yeah, that's how I'll end it.
Well, thank you all, because one of the points that I was trying to make with this is that I think every single one of you, esports falls under a slightly different umbrella at every single university. Esports is one of these amazing things that crosses over all of these different boundaries. Yes, it's partially athletics. Yes, it's health and wellness. Yes, it's student development. It manages to touch on all of these different aspects and areas, and that's what makes esports so fantastic. And you guys have all sort of touched on it in these unique ways, but I think what's particularly relevant for a lot of people here in this room, the high school students especially, is they want to continue to do this. So whether it's by pursuing a scholarship, whether it's by starting up their own program, in terms of you guys, obviously you're all actively involved in recruiting players and helping to build out your teams. We'll start back here again, Kevin. What is it that you look for? If you're a player in this room right now, what can you do to stand out in order to get, be where these universities are going to be playing in a bit? How do they take that next step in their journey?
I'm going to say something that the students might not want to hear, but your education is going to be there. You guys got to make sure you do your schoolwork. I know gaming is fun, and we're going to help and provide the best opportunities where you guys can grow and play on a team and make sure that it's just as fulfilling. But we want to also make sure that after 4 years, if you're not on a VCT team or you're not on an LCS team or you're not on the pro stage, that you have a career afterwards. I actually have a lot of former students, current students that are working on broadcast right now that have helped grow our program, and we want to make sure that you're getting those experiences, you're learning new skills, so that after you graduate, this is something that you can take away, you can show to your employers and say, hey, this is something that I've learned while I was in college. We also want to send you to foreign lands. As Jordan said, we're sending a couple more students to Korea to work with an esports organization called Genji to help learn their education aspect, their marketing strategies, and to work with their content team. And so ultimately, we want to make sure that you students can find something that's enriching alongside of your competitive spirit.
Yeah, I think that we're not too far off on that at all. And genuinely, so at HPU, the first thing I look for is just communication or willingness, not even outright communication. But open up a dialogue and understand, again, what are the needs of the student? Maybe we need to hedge expectations. Maybe we need to shift the image of what you're coming into. The last thing I want is to waste anyone's time at this crucial time in your life. But again, there isn't a set best practice for recruiting in esports and gaming yet. And I don't think there ever will be. Because it's not traditional athletics. We're under ITS, by the way. I don't know if I claim that out. But it has allowed us to be agile, and I miss some of the benefits of being under athletics. And I wish that I had some of the support that I had at last university of student life and activities. But that, again, it points to it. What does student activities look for in a willing participant and commitment? Organization, school spirit, passion, their own personal narrative and call to action. What does athletics look for? Dedication? Is it ability? You're going to be there? I'm not sure. But it's all of it, right? So it's the same thing. IT, what do we look for? Technical skills, critical thinking, maybe pattern recognition. So that all is in esports. And I think that's just that's it. It's really easy intake actually at HPU. It was super easy intake form. What game do you play? What are you interested in? And then we'll reach out and get a dialogue going. Say, hey, let's do a Discord. It has to work for you though. No matter what school you go to, please don't sell that short. And as Kevin said, academics has to come first. It's a huge mistake to think that this getting involved in an esports program is just going to be a ride. It's a grind. MMR, ELO, it doesn't get any better in real life. It's more of a grind. The losses hurt, but we learn from them. I don't think so. My metric for success is not pass, fail, or good or bad for my students. Almost never do I try to never take that approach. It's closer or farther away. What's your goal? Are we closer or further away? I'm not going to make a value judgment. I mean, sometimes we can, and we can talk about what happened. Why did you make that decision? Why did you say that? Accountability matters. But closer and further away is what we measure by. Are we closer to our goal? And when we fail, we get closer. But if we take a cognizant and really just careful approach to reviewing that, figuring out what went wrong, what happened. So that's what we do. Closer, further. What are your goals? Can I get you closer? And if I can't, I would love to connect you in the community. HPU is maybe not the best place for everybody. Higher ed, maybe not the best place for everybody. Sorry. But our mandate is to educate the community. It's to be a resource. So we're a resource. Call the arena. Ask us a question about UH. Ask us a question about Chaminade. Ask a question about HPU or just esports in general or a gaming design certificate. That's what we're here for. So don't worry about the application process or how grindy it's going to be. Just reach out. Raise your hand. Say, I want to get involved. Any university that's doing it right is going to take care of you. And they're going to put you with an advisor, an admissions counselor, ourselves, and we're going to get you on the right path. But make sure it works for you too. It's not just about what we want. I mean, I want good players. I want winners, of course. But, communication, dedication.
Thank you. Yeah, you'll pretty quickly notice that we're all pretty much saying the same pattern of things here. I always like to stress that, first and foremost, you're a student. We're called student athletes for a reason, and the student comes before that. So, obviously at Stony Brook, we look for your academics first. That matters more than anything else. And after that, sure, you'll have your skill and whatnot. What I personally look for, though, are the soft skills. How you can communicate with one another, how you handle your attitude if you're losing, behind, etc. Because those are not only things that you'll take with you past being a player, but things that will help you during your college career. Because you'll deal with a lot of hardships during college, a lot of losses, and a lot of other issues. And esports is a great way to learn how to handle those circumstances and present yourself during them. But there's definitely some of the larger things, and like I said, you'll see a pretty consistent pattern between the four universities here. So it's kind of loosely what we look for.
Yeah, as Kevin said, I think most of us are echoing a lot of the same sentiments here about what we're looking for when it comes to players. For me, obviously we kind of start with immortal players, and then I look at what's the extra that you bring to the table, right? Like, what's your GPAs? What did you do outside of the classroom, right? Were you involved in your community? Were you in any clubs? Did you play any other sports, right? I can tell you, and I know all the coaches up here can tell you as well, having traditional sports experience can be a big bonus when you're looking for students to be on your esports teams, because it means you've had experience being coached, and being able to take feedback is a really big part of being a part of an esports program, right? So for us, obviously there's kind of a skill ranker that all of us look for when it comes to our teams, and that might be a little higher or lower depending on the program or what the goals of the program are. But for us, it's, okay, you've reached this certain threshold. What else are you bringing to the table? That's really what's important to us when we're trying to decide who's going to be a part of our esports program. And I just want to encourage, once again, just to kind of highlight and underscore, when you're looking at collegiate esports opportunities, collegiate is really the word that you should be focusing on. Regardless of how your time in an esports program goes, if you're at a college or university that is a good fit for you as a person, you're still going to be excited to be at that university, right? Whether you're getting all the playtime you wanted or not at the Michigan State esports team, right? If you're still excited that you're at Michigan State University, if that was the best fit for you as a student, you're going to have a great experience because you're still in the right place for you personally. So when you're looking at opportunities for what's next, right, when you're deciding where you want to go to college or where you want to go to university, look at the college and university first. Find the fit, and then look at the esports programs next, right? These are the colleges and universities that I'm really excited about, what they have to offer. Maybe they have a great program in the thing that I'm looking to study, right? Maybe there's something about them. I really love the campus. That might be it too. But once you've narrowed down those schools that you're really interested in, that's when I would encourage you to look at the esports programs as maybe kind of a deciding factor between those schools.
Yeah, a ton of factors, and hopefully that gave a little bit of insight for some of the students here in the room who are wanting to continue this journey forward in the path of collegiate. And I know a lot of schools as well now looking to offer scholarships to help support that, which is great. Also, again, while we're here, want to big shout out to one of our partners, the Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union. They also help with these kind of scholarship opportunities as well. So parents as well, I definitely encourage you to go take a look over. They've got a booth to chat about that, some opportunities there as well, because college is expensive. Let's all be honest. I know that's often a big driver for a lot of these students looking to take this next step. So again, hoping to offer a little bit more insight here for the folks looking to continue. But we've done quite a bit of talking, and I know you all came to watch some Valorant. So we're going to say thank you to everyone, maybe a round of applause for all of these schools coming out. Thank you so much to HPU for having us, and the folks joining us from the mainland, and of course, here to probably kick some butt in a little bit. So yeah, we're going to take a little break. The high schools are going to get back up here, and then let's watch some more games. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippies here at the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena from the Aloha Tower Marketplace. Kletchke alongside my new partner here, Kate Tad, joining us here on the table. Yes, Henry has been banished for a little while here, so we'll see, but we'll see him later on today anyways.
Yeah, we took him to the Shadow Realm.
We took him to the Shadow Realm for just a little while. He'll be back later on. Somehow he'll rise out of the Shadow Realm. But anyways, coming up right now, we had our directors panel, so a big mahalo to all of the directors that spoke up from every one of the colleges that came out here, University of Hawaii Manoa, as well as Michigan State, Stony Brook, and of course the host right here at Hawaii Pacific University. But now we get a little bit of a treat before we get into the high school finals. We will be seeing an all-star matchup. Now this is going to go a little bit differently, where the all-star matchup is kind of a culmination between 3 players on each team. So 6 players total from the high school side and 4 players from colleges, 1 from each of the colleges that are being represented here. So this is going to be a great matchup, but especially for the fact that neither of these teams that know each other, or unless you're the team with 2 players from the same school, but otherwise it's all completely new players playing in the new team. And this, I guess, the call-outs get interesting, the bans get interesting as well, although the map pick is pretty standard.
I mean, the map pick is pretty standard, but what it was fun was, okay, on your screen you are seeing, right, on team better than the other team.
Yes.
Yep, that's the team on the right side of your screen as you see it right here.
Better.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously, they wanted the full name, but we're just calling them Team Better, has 2 members from Castle, right? And on the other side, Team Greatness, they have 2 members from, I believe that is Campbell.
Yes. So giving you the starting lineups here real quick for both of these teams. For Team Greatness, comprised of 3 players, 1 from Lelahua, 2 from Campbell. So Maggie from Lelahua plays on this Team Greatness team alongside Leon and Zenixer, both of them from Campbell. And those are your high school players. Meanwhile, for Greatness, you have GK from HPU, as well as, I can't even read my own handwriting, Slammed from Michigan State is what we're seeing here for Team Greatness. Meanwhile, for the other side, on the right side of your screen, for better than the other team, you have 2 players from Castle, that's both Tidy and Destros, as well as from Roosevelt, Tato. Meanwhile, from the college side, you have Abel from Stony Brook, as well as from the University of Hawaii, Gino, who, by the way, is the coach for the University of Hawaii team. So the coach is actually playing in this game. So essentially here we've got 9 players and 1 person that shouldn't be here in the first place.
Well, no, to be fair, you could be the coach and you could be evaluating potential prospects. You know what I mean? Evaluating
6 potential
future
prospects
members of the team, right? That's how you want to play it if you're the coach. You first-hand experience. You'll know how good they are if they can beat you in the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the all-star scenario, I guess. So you've got 6 potential recruits you could get for a later thing. So I guess the coach is playing, I guess, the 4D chess, if you will, the big brain move to play alongside these guys. See if they can pick up anybody here locally, unless they unless the UH side loses, in which case then you've got HPU and Michigan State at the forefront of the recruiting side for the next players.
Everyone just recruiting over to Stony Brook or
winning
Michigan based on this match only.
Winning team gets the recruitment opportunity for the players that are
not any of the rest of the games this weekend in the college, invitational.
They're here now.
Purely the one person representing each institution. Yeah, okay. We'll see how that goes. But to talk about the game, right? We are walking into this one, and we are going to see what we call the collegiate special, right? Or the collegiate standard, right? Ascent being the map we go to. Obviously, they banned everything else, and I was actually it was almost tragedy, because we almost saw, I believe, a Lotus, and then they changed it and they banned it away, or they flipped the ban or something like that.
The last three to be picked were Lotus, Ascent, and Sunset. So what happened was they had banned Lotus to start, meaning we could have either seen Sunset or Ascent. And then they swapped their ban, and it went to
so
we could have seen
back
it.
Here.
We're back here.
I think we could have seen it. I would have loved to see it. But, all right, seeing it out, Team Better being on the defense and a Team Greatness being on the attack in the all-star match here. And all right, let's see how it goes, right? There is no real data we can go into this one.
Yeah, it's no idea.
I mean, honestly, right, 5 duelists. Let's just call it. Let's just do it. Right, I'm waiting to see one of them figure it out. Right, who needs information? Yeah, there you go. 5 Sovas if we could. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea.
Can we allow same picks on it?
No.
You would love to see the 5.
I mean, for an all-star game, that could be interesting, right?
10 shock darts, play a different, play a full game of Spike Rush, you know what I mean? Just everybody gets the same. Come on, it would be kind of fun in an all-star game like this. You never know what could
could
happen
be,
in the
it
end.
could be. All right, let's see. Actual team compositions coming in here, right? You've got a Sky, Omen, Jet, Cypher, and then the Sova for Team Greatness. So, all right, a little bit of everything you need, right? A Sentinel, couple of initiators, one duelist. No blinds, though. No flashes from what we're seeing outside of the Sky. I take that back as I see the Sky. But Sky Change is coming in soon, so maybe might be something worth noting, but
they will go double Sentinel here for better than the other team, because they will go for the Deadlock as well as the KJ setup. So this is a pretty interesting thing. I mean, both have their good setups on B at the very least here, right? For both of the Sentinels, for KJ and Deadlock. So really, this will again, it's an all-star game. These teams have not played with each other unless you're from Castle or Camel, in which case you have two players from the same team. I mean, who's the shot caller here in this game?
Well, I mean,
you got 5 good players here.
That's the thing, right? It could be anybody,
Could
right?
be
I mean,
anybody.
You've got some familiarity, you've got some comfortability, but at the end of the day, how adaptable are you, right? In a new team environment, are you able to speak up? Are you able to call for resources or call out strats, right? And see how is that going to go? Because, yeah, you are playing with literal strangers in some of these cases, especially if you're from the flyaway teams.
Yeah, this will be great. I mean, I talked with the teams earlier on. They said that they're having a great time, especially flying in on Thursday or Friday, if you will, if you're Stony Brook. But still, had a day off and had a great time coming here. So this is more the chill game before we get into the real action coming up. Again, best of 3 finals coming up later on as well. Reminder, folks, that there's lots of great sponsors here for the entire event. But another big shout out we want to give is to PC Gamers, who brings us a part of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. If your old gaming rig isn't cutting it and you're looking for an upgrade, hey, look no further than PC Gamers, the best custom PC builder in Hawaii. They say frames wins games, so make sure you're playing with the best. Go ahead and visit their booth with that very nice table, mind you, that very nice table gaming setup that is super nice. And either that or you can visit their store, PCGamersHawaii.com. That's PCGamers with a Z, Hawaii.com today. So we'll get into the game here in a little while. The classic, if you will, the entire, I guess we keep calling it the collegiate special, and it absolutely is. So we'll see what the setup here is to start. Better than the other team starts us off on the defending side. Team Greatness starts us off on the attacking side. And now we get a look at the all-star match. It's a best of 1 the entire way through. Play with your hearts. Play their hearts out. And let's see what it starts off with. It already starts off with from what looks to be a push onto A. They're going to go quick here.
Whoa.
Leon's going to go right into the hands of Tidy, though, with that first headshot. And already falling oh so low as this Omen. Can't clean up, though. It's going to be a 3-on-3 scenario as we get into it. Spike Carrier is down for a little while. There's a good flash as they drop on down. And GK from HPU is able to find themselves 2 picks of their own. Team Greatness off to the running start.
Oh, very nice. I think a very quick pistol, right? Nothing out of the ordinary from what you'd see, right? A very standard, very fast execute onto site. Everybody just rushes in. Now, you would expect the bonus going over to Team Greatness, picking up whatever they can. And honestly, on the offense right here on Ascent, it does give you a lot of flexibility and mobility to just pick your side and go, knowing that, yes, they are playing into the double Sentinel. So either site, you're always going to have to fight into a Sentinel, no matter what. It's just a matter of which one are you going into, which utility are you about to run into. And so far, looks like Team Better actually just slowly trying to clear it. Sees the Cypher, picks up the headshot.
Yeah, Tidy takes down GK, saying, you're not going to do much this time around. You're already dead in the first place. And now it's going to be the KJ setups here on A. That actually takes care of the side for a little while, but not where they're going to plant here. It looks like they're going to plant right in front of that area, which normally is default here for this map. On A, they break the door wide open. Slam is trying to find something here, and Slam does find Tato in the back line. It's a 3v3 scenario yet again. We go back to Slam finds another through the wall. Look for another one here. Another headshot for Slammed. One more to get the 4K and on to the deadlock. The headshot will go. It is Slammed. Michigan State East Lansing has showed up.
All right, yeah. Curious thing. So I know we'll talk about this more as the college matches go on later on in the day. But I am curious how the 60-something ping is going to feel for our flyaways, right? Guys that are used to playing on sub 20 or whatever the case may be. We actually should ask them about that as the weekend goes on. What do you normally play on? I mean, I'm sure they've played against matches on the West Coast, right, where they have to play on central servers or whatever the case might be. But here on the new ping, is that going to be a factor for some of our travel teams? We will see. But great opening, and yeah, it feels like the Guardian getting a lot more use in this current patch and in this current meta.
I think the big thing too is that they have that. I think the closest server to East Lansing right now would be that Illinois server, so it's not that far away. Respective to us, of course, here in Hawaii. So who the heck knows what their ping is like? Probably sub 30, if anything. And we'll see them enter right on in. A yet again. Leon will get their first pick opening onto Tidy. So Tidy usually getting the opening pick, does not get it this time around. It's another quick spike plant here. It's another quick take by Team Greatness. The question is, can better than the other team bring it back? They're going to have to try to prove that their team name is right here because they're already down 2 to Greatness. Trying to find their way on in. They just have no entry as of right now.
Yeah, they know that they're on site. They know that there's a couple down bottom, and that's what they're going to try to clear. Gets one through the wall, looking for another. Maggie swings it and will clear it. GK was in the wings on support, so always keep that in mind. But nice round 3 there from Team Greatness. It does give them the economic advantage. They will have a lot to play off of. But overall, yeah, I think you're talking about it. That opening pick on Tidy does open up the site, right? When you are seeing, I think, a traditional, so far in the rounds we've seen, Team Better was 4-stacking a site, whether it was A or B. That's really where they were kind of positioning. And in that round, yeah, they lose the 1. They aren't able to stall. They get full control, and the retake just does not go the way of Team Better. So for now, Team Greatness looking at a comfortable 3-0 lead, and it'd have to be at least a Thrifty or something like it for them to be able to recover.
Let's see where they want to go on this time. That's a great one-way. Again, pretty much all Omens know, all main Omen players know that smoke by now. As we'll see them line up in market. There's a shock dart. Tidy. Oh, you're in so much trouble, my friend. They try to get it out from right now. I think Slam did see the healing for a little while. So now the question is, where is this player? Slam knew it. And around the corner. No! They try one. Tidy's not looking at the right person, though. GK does get that kill. It was a 2 swing for a 1. And now they're going to try to go in on A yet again. They went mid, tried to confuse where the heck they were going. Gino, though, on a Sheriff, by the way, is able to find Slam. But yet again, they'll get another plant on A.
Yeah, looking for the hero rifle there coming out from mid. They will need to clear it down. They just want to hold the jump down. And with that Omen smoke, that should close off this angle unless they get caught. Yep, Leon jumps up, picks up 1. And now just needs to hold the angle. The rest of them knowing that they're up against Stingers and Pistols for the most part. Nobody else able to do anything. Spam the wall. The spam is good. And now it's just Tato. And yep, exactly as you'd expect that one to play out. An eco round for Team Better. So Team Greatness goes up 4-0.
Oh boy, better than the other team right now. It might be reconciling on their team name. We might get an in-game team name change here in a couple of moments, unless something drastic happens. And you can see it's a big rifle round for them, as you can see maybe the economy dwindling away a little bit. If better than the other team doesn't get it all together here, they're going to be looking at a deficit and going to be looking at giving Team Greatness at least the guaranteed tie at the half. So this is going to be a big round for them. Let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, and something you want to be thinking about, right? If you are Team Better, they were the ones that did opt into the double Sentinel, right? So they are going to be, on paper, weaker if after the half. So you want to see how are they going to be able to clear this, as that's a nice long-range pick. And Slam is just walking it up mid, gets 2 picks, and now actually that's a lot of that utility gone. Could that be an open site? We'll see where they decide to commit to, but looks like everyone else, yep, Zinixer. Clears it, clears sight. They already know they've got control, and with the KJ down on B side or on mid, that's almost like the guaranteed information, right? That you know that B's open now. Deadlock Util was on A, so they get to move right onto the B site, plant, and let's see how the retake scenario goes.
See if they can retake it. 3v3 scenario, a lot more manageable, especially. Slam is also gone. GK, though, from HPU. Talking about it earlier on in the director's panel, the recruiting players for Valorant here. GK's making good use of that recruitment right now as they will try to find it. Tato, though, lines up 2. It's not going to be enough. Sinixer cleans that out, and Greatness is up.
Tato's got some fans, it sounds like, in here. But yeah, I mean, honestly, almost pulls it back off, right? I mean, if you look at it, Zinixer was 1 shot away, right? One more landed shot, and that was it. Tato almost pulls off the 3-piece in rapid succession to bring that back. But once again, now, right, this should be an expected round 6 for Team Greatness. They've got the economic advantage just knowing that going into it every other round so far, right, as the game goes. But don't count it out, because there was a couple of dicey situations with the, with the Thrifty, with the utility. Here comes the Harness Fury.
Oh, here comes Hunter. He finds Destros to start. Will it find him again? No, Destros is safe for now, but that's not a lot of good opportunities here. And KJ Util's just going to help them out for only a couple of moments.
Oh.
Tidy and Volms. Volmies both got their kills here. Zenixer trades that one back. We're down to yet again another 3v3 scenario. So, and actually right now we'll get to see GK, and actually I'll remind myself right now, Volmy's actually able from Stony Brook, so that's the able trying to make their way in from all the way from New York to make a statement earlier on before their matches even start. GK, as soon as the cage drops, is able to find Tidy, makes it a 3v1. Just the deadlock left, but no spike either. No spike planted, but it's a free set on B.
Yeah, they get the spike down, and now this is another hero round for Abel, right? As we were, thank you production for giving us the heads up that Volmy is Abel from Stony Brook. So 1v3 scenario, looking for the option, finds one, information given, knows where they are. Still no confirmation of where the peak's gonna come from, and will they walk through? Zenixer sees him, and will pick it up. Almost gets it, but a nice jump over does kind of give him the chance for that. The one-way would have closed that off, but all right. Not a bad Thrifty, though. Think about how that round starts. That was almost a full eco buy from Better, right? A half buy or whatever the case might be. I think we had 2 Stingers and Sheriffs the rest of the way. 6-0 on the board now, but Team Better starting to pick up a little bit of momentum as the game has gone on. They've been able to get more and more frags, which means now they've got. This is the critical round for them. Lose this, and you're looking at an 0-8 start. That is not how you want to go, especially when you should have been stronger on the defensive half. So let's see what comes out for the side of Team Better.
And by the way, again, especially if your team name is better than the other team, that's not kind of the start you want.
Ego notwithstanding.
Yes, the ego is not checked here. As we get to see already a 5v4 scenario. KJ already going down. That's a big amount of util down already. So they're going to try splitting it up the forces. Maybe, I don't know if Slam saw that, but Destros able to find GK in the meanwhile. Slam just going to mosey on his way. They lined up for just a second, but Abel's not able to get that. And just the carnage that is going on from Team Greatness right now. It would all be up to Tato here in a big, big round for them. Would absolutely need to clutch out the 1v4 scenario. Would have heard one, trying to around the corner. Leon is there, and it's 7 straight here for Team Greatness.
Yeah, 7-0 on the board. Not much more you can say on that one other than just the amount at which Team Greatness is winning these opening duels, these opening picks, right? I mean, we saw it last round. Slam getting one, or actually, I don't even remember if it was Slam, but right, the opening frag onto B main, clearing out Geno means that once that KJ util is down, they really have a lot of options. And honestly, the second critical point there, I think, was when Slammed is able to walk all the way up through mid, right, clears out spawn, and then just catches people off guard as they're rotating over to A. I mean, control was given and space was given very quickly from the side of Team Better than the other team, and it allows Team Greatness to just take these positions, and Tato drops once again. Oh! But he gets it blind?
Out? What?
No way.
No. That feels illegal. That feels just illegal. They're going to clear this out. It's a 1v5 scenario, especially on an econ round here. Not the greatest. But he does have the Stinger in play. It's got to come up big, though. That blind's going to come up big. Finds at least one. It's able to dismiss away. But the cavalry comes. The rest of the team is there to clean up. Greatness up in 8th spot.
That's that moment for Tidy where you're just like, all right, I got it. I got the dismiss. Where do I go? And you turn around and there's already a guy staring at you like, yeah.
I feel like that's the moment where I say, okay, I got my one.
I got my one. Yeah, at the end of the round, yeah. 1v4, I got one. Yeah. You take those? Sure.
Anyways, Greatness up in 8th spot right now, and this is looking pretty good for them, especially on the attacking side against 2 Sentinels, like you were saying earlier. This is not the greatest here for the team called better than the other team right now, especially when you can see the econ better than the other team really needs a round.
I like this
here.
play. I like this play.
And they're going to play
There's
this a little bit more aggressively. Blinds and all. There's going to be the Seekers out as well. They know where one is at the very least. They get 2. First time they're at a man advantage in a 5v3 scenario.
Clear right.
They drop to your right, check it on the box. They do. They get it cleared. Destros is able to find Leon, and now that spike is stuck. That spike is down. And how the heck do you counter this?
You love to see that play with the Omen. You just chuck that blind right down A main. That's usually how this works, but Slammed may have something to say about it. No, gets picked up on the side.
HPU, here we go. Is home field advantage a thing? We will find out right now. Is the home field advantage a thing? GK's the only one left to go. There's the first headshot here required. Trying to find around the box, looking around, see if there's any more.
Here's the dog.
Here. There's the dog. There's the Trailblazer that gets caught on for a little while. Can't throw out a camera. Has to throw out another cage just to stave off for a little while. Do they know where everybody is right now? Trying to throw the camera, but the camera isn't in a really good position for that. Does have the neural theft available, though, so couldn't spot out.
Does not have
well.
Spike, though.
Does not have Spike.
They
so.
know he doesn't have the Spike. They'll be looking to see which way he wants to come from, and
Oh, okay, wait. So
they know.
They know where one is. They know
double
where he
swing?
is.
Oh!
They double swing. Oh, okay. It lined up for a second. You saw that.
Yeah.
You saw that.
It looked like it was a double
But
headshot.
Tato got caught on the shoulder.
That's that's the impact of the bullet did less damage as it passed through your homie. That's the moment of sacrifice. It costed them one to secure the round.
Secure the kill.
Yeah.
But that's a big round for them, hey. Better than the other team does get their first round.
That is something that I think we were waiting to see, or finally, right? Somebody made the call. You know, it's the forget it. We're just gonna push, right? Let's just be aggressive, right? They 3-man stack. You love to see that Omen play, or that's a way to clear out a main, right? Is you just send that blind down A, and you immediately swing it and push it. They send out all the util, all the blinds they got, and now here we go once again. But they hear the push.
Tidy, I love this play. Judge is at the stand. It's in session. Does get a kill. But it doesn't get it more than just one. They turned it on 1-for-1 right away. Maggie will start the plant. Greatness is in it, but they now have the man disadvantage. As I say that, Zenix is able to find a kill onto Tato, so it makes it a 3-3 again. We've seen so many 3v3s. It's gone the way of greatness most of the time here. And can we see a team better than the other team do something about it? There is no info whatsoever here. Can they run right in? No, they can't. Zenixer's found one. GK takes away the ace, but it wouldn't even matter anyways. They get the blind out. Nagy finds it again. The lockdown for nothing.
Wait, yeah, did the Deadpool get off, or did it go off? That's what I want to see. It did, but it didn't secure anybody, so Abel gets picked right as the ult is going out, and that is tragic, because that's what you want to use that for, right? That's the almost best case scenario for it, because it guarantees you the number advantage in the peak, right? And if that was just a half second more delayed, right? And that, I think, is one of the things to talk about, one of the things to point out. With a team that's like this, right? An all-star team, a mixed match team, right? These guys don't play together. They don't know how to call that timing. And so it ends up hurting them in the end of, like, the deadlock finally goes out, but they're already in a position where they're going to take the fight. And now let's see if they can pull it back. 9-3 would be, I think, the way that Better wants to end the half if they can. But can they get there?
They're going to have to. Before the scoreline gets even worse than it already is. Slam those, already found two in the back line. Has already made it all the way up tree. Has found a third, has found a fourth. But Leon steals the ace. Okay.
Nah, you take that. That's not an ace steal. That's just the yup. He just cleared everybody by himself. Slammed on one. That ping be damned. Doesn't matter.
Ping be you were talking about 60 ping on like the East Coast, or for East Coast players and for Northern Illinois servers. That ain't a problem here apparently when they're all playing on the same thing.
Yeah, Slam basically came to say, yeah, what about the ping? I hear you guys talk about it, but no, it seems fine. Yeah.
It's a normal day. It's a normal day at work.
Normal day at the office. Yeah, just here to put in work, clean it up.
Oh, and then Hunter's Fury is just gonna split the lane here. I think
he catches one.
He catches one. He does. Oh, somebody might want to talk to the University of Hawaii after that one. Hunter's Fury does catch KJ at the very least. And now it's a 5v4 scenario. It's the spray game here as they bring out all the rifles, and away they go. They got the Blade Storm out from Leon at the very least. Slam, though, was able to find another one, even without the Hunter's Fury. There goes the blind. Tato needs to do something with it, though. Makes it a 3v2 scenario. Spike's already planted down. This is a very aggressive scenario here. If you're better than the other team right now, that's the Omen and the Deadlock only. And you do have from the shadows, but that's about it. That's the only ultimate left on the board here anyways. And if you got to go, you got to go now for the Spike, if anything, because it's already starting to tick down. The time starts to whittle away. Here comes the drop. Tato will be there, and they will swing at the same time. It don't matter. And Team Greatness, already at the end of the first half, is 2 away. They're a pistol and a bonus round away from winning this.
Yep, that is an 11 and a 1/2. I'm not sure if this was the call to just be like, yeah, let's just get on with the show, guys. We'll call it a day, you know. Hee XD, we had fun, but all right, it's time for the high school finals, and let's get the round robin started. Maybe the earlier we start the college games, the earlier everyone gets to go home or go back to the hotel or go out to have fun. I don't know if that's the plan, but yeah, maybe that's the schedule.
Which means, by the way, on our schedule that I have here, 2:45 was scheduled time for the finals to start. We're at 1:56 right now, and this we might get there way before. You might be right. The hotel is calling their name probably a little bit earlier right around now.
Yeah, I guess it depends, right? If you're staying at like the Hilton,
or if you're like
you could go back to the hotel.
Or if you're like, I mean, if you're like Castle Campbell, it's a little bit longer of a drive to get back out there. So I mean, just end the games earlier. Why not? Deshnos and Tidy finding their picks to start us off here on the attacking side. Hey, 4v3 man advantage on a pistol round, exactly what you want, but you still got to watch out because Slammed is on this team. Greatness. They never want to get in his way. There's going to be the plant down. There's the plant down onto A. Oh no, they disrupt the plant. The shock dart disrupts it. Nagy finds two of their own. And from great to disastrous, Team Greatness brings it all the way back, and they are on match point already.
Wow, that was a blink and you miss it moment. I think Maggie just cleared the site with a couple of one taps, and that was all she wrote. And I think, honestly, Slammed with the lineup. The shock dart kill onto, I believe, the planter is how that one played out. I mean, from spawn, well done, gets that one. And all right, we are at match point. We'll see what happens, but you got to think, Slammed with rifle or gun in hand, who can stop this man?
Well, let's see who can stop it. If the train has any brakes whatsoever, that answer was no to start, but then Tidy's able to find one on the Sheriff. You could pick that gun up if you really wanted to, but around the corner, Tidy's found another one. Watch out, the Sheriff's in town. That Sheriff's got to find a lot more, though.
If Tidy can recover the rifle.
We'll see. Tidy's going to go around the corner here. He's got to pick it up, does pick up the Vandal.
Yep.
You're right, makes it a 2v2 scenario. Tidy's found a third. Deshnos helps out, makes it a 2v1. Best advantage, better than the other team has had pretty much almost every round otherwise, except for that one round back in round number 9. But here we go. They're going to have the spike down, and this time no disruption for it.
2 versus 1 advantage for Team Better. This is their best shot they've had in such a long time, all off of the back of multiple dual wins from Tidy. So information given. Zenixer shows that they are coming from CT, so they do know he's somewhere. Question is where. Sound, taps, dog out.
They have the Trailblazer at the very least.
Information given again.
Yep. There's the smoke that comes out. Is the smoke going to be enough for them? Just a little bit of a blind. Zenixer finds both! He finds both!
No way!
He gets it!
Oh my god!
In a 2v1 scenario, Zenixer just shuts the door. And you might as well watch out this player from Campbell.
Yep.
The Sabres have a threat, and the name is the Omen.
I don't think anybody expected him to just swing. I mean, if you run that black, I don't think anybody would have thought of that. So well done. That's how it ends, I guess. Well done.
13-1, your final score. And Team Greatness is able to win the All-Star matchup in an unbelievable matchup overall here for both of these teams. Again, all 8 schools that were here, the Invitational for Valorant-wise, all represented. But, man, Team Greatness living up to the name at the very least. So, hey, shout out to them. And, again, congratulations to all the players from Lelahua, from Campbell, HPU, and, of course, Michigan State from East Lansing, Michigan. So, congratulations to them. We are going to take a short break.
Actually, we are giving away some awards. So, Ed will be giving away some awards in just a little bit. So, definitely stick around for that. But, yeah, I think we will be heading out.
Yes.
But Ed will be giving out some awards.
Yeah, so some awards will be given out. So, wonder if we take a break here on the – we'll go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, we'll give away some awards, I guess some prizes as well. So, stick around, folks. You don't want to miss it. You're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
a few $10 gift cards from Starbucks, and some merch. And for the winner on this was the better side? The great side, greatness, goes to Kobe at Campbell High School. Congratulations. All right. And for the team better, it would be Aiden from Team Campbell. Castle High School. Congratulations. All right, very good. All right, next we're going to have in 1 hour, mark it down, we will be awarding the prizing for the best Tetris players, first, second place. If you haven't played yet, play now, get your score, we'll make the announcements. We have exclusive merch from Tetris. They are based here in Hawaii, so you should check it out. If you have a moment, try it out. Next, we have the high school finals.
Yeah, so the Tetris Awards will be after game 1 of the best of 3, in between game 1 and 2.
All right, you heard them. Get your score. All right, thank you. More to come.
Not happy with your loan rates and high fees? Want to hear a secret? The best way to bank may be at Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union. Our members are also our owners. That's why your loan rates are so low, and you have very low or no fees. We don't have stockholders, so all our profits go to member benefits. Now that's a great deal. When you have Aloha, anything is possible. Visit a branch or alohapacific.com.
We work hard to put a smile on your face. As a member of Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union, you get surprisingly low rates on loans. So you can buy that car or house, pay for major expenses, or consolidate debt. We treat your money like we treat you, with Aloha. And you get expert advice for a better financial future. When you have Aloha, anything is possible. Visit a branch or alohapacific.com.
After all of the round robin matches, we get to the championship round. This is for the surfboard, folks. This is for the surfboard that is right outside to take back to the schools. It'll either go back to Campbell or it'll go back up to Kaneohe with Castle. As we say aloha, friends, welcome back inside of the booth alongside myself. K-Tad with you here for what is the championship round of the entire Hawaii Esports Invitational on the high school side. And this is a really, really good matchup because 3-0 versus 2-1. This was, I think, one of the closer matchups if you take a look back at the rounds that we went through for the round robins. And yes, Castle versus Campbell, 13-9 in favor of Castle during the regular rounds of the round robin. So this is as close as it got throughout the entire day. And now we get to see it one more time in a best-of-3 scenario.
Yeah, and worth noting, this was the matchup we didn't see on stream.
Correct.
This was the one that we did not follow, right? We saw Castle, and we saw pretty much Lelihua throughout the whole day and all the matches they played. We did not see the Castle versus Campbell outing the first time. So I am curious how this plays out, what were the differences, because as we saw throughout the rest of the games throughout today in the high school portion of the competition, they were relatively one-sided, right? Save for that last match where we do see, right, Campbell kind of bring it back and kind of come back together after the loss to Castle. But overall, we didn't see how these two teams stack up.
We didn't get to see how these two teams stack up against each other in the regular run robin, but we get to do so here in the best 2 out of 3 finals. Now, the rule set a little bit different from what some know, but for the Vanta side at the very least, this is we pick all the maps again and again until we get to the final time, until we get to a winner. So here we go with map number 1, and we'll get to see what map is being picked out here, and it is going to be for the first time today, by the way, in all the matches that have been played. 7 matches total today, 6 in the round robin, of course, 1 in the All-Star, but never before today have we seen Lotus. We'll get to see it here for the first match in the finals.
Yeah, New Haven, right, 3 map sites, has all of the gimmicks, all of the gimmies that you see in other maps, with the only thing being those revolving doors. But it is an interesting one. Right? It is one that we do start to see more and more frequently in the more recent metas and things like that. So we will have to see how it plays out here in our opening match of finals. And worth noting, right, keep this in mind, because of the rule set, there is a world in which we can go back to the same map. Should the bands play out the same way? Should both teams agree that, you know what, yeah, whatever the case may be, we want to run that back one more time, there is a world.
I feel like that won't happen if this is one-sided, though. If this is a one-sided game, this isn't going to happen anytime soon. Also, by the way, we want to point out, if you weren't watching earlier on during the All-Star matchup, there are 4 players in this finals, of course, 2 from each team that played in the All-Star matchup. So the players you're looking out for from the Campbell side, you're looking out for Leon, who right now I believe has the Rays in hand. And then you're looking for Znixter as well, who has
Omen
the
again.
Omen yet again. For the side of Castles, you're looking at the 2 players for Tidy. Tidy having usually played the Duelist, which will do so yet again. And then Destros from Castle as well, hovering over something, hovering over what is...
We can't talk about hovers yet.
Just yet. We'll hover.
Okay,
but
there it is.
Now
There's
we'll
the
lock in, and we'll lock in a KJ here on Lotus, which, I mean, you got KJs on either side. I just want to see their setups.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see it, right? It is a Lotus, so Sentinels, while valuable to lock down a site, do, right, tend to not be quite as valuable as some of the other maps like an Ascent or other places where there are singular choke points, right, singular points of entry. But on Lotus, there are a couple different ways to attack, and you are able to always rotate in and out and go back and forth. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
We will see indeed. By the way, folks, the Hawaii Esports Invitational brought to you in part by ESPN Honolulu. They are the home of University of Hawaii Sports and the home of the best sports talk shows in the islands. On Oahu, listen to 92.7 FM or 1420 AM and listen around the world on ESPNHonolulu.com or the Sideline Hawaii app. Download it today on the Apple Store or Google Play today. Campbell versus Castle, you can see at the top, so no CHS versus CHS at the very least, that we won't get confused on.
This is the fight. This is the fight for who gets to claim that they, moving forward from now to the end of time, are the proper CHS.
Yes, and again, one more time, they'll play for that surfboard. Best 2 out of 3 for the beautiful, by the way, the beautiful custom surfboard outside that is basically right near the front door. Go and see it if you haven't already from usurfboardshawaii.com. Check them out, too. So we get to see what Castle's approach here is, especially we haven't seen a 3-site map at all this entire time, and especially with Haven being out as well. 2 kills already coming down from Destros and Chizuru, and a very quick start here, but look at the health bars, and the only thing you have to heal you is a Sky.
Yeah, I mean, very low, but that is to be expected, right? The trades do marginally go the way of Castle, but now because of the sky, they are able to heal up a little bit. So they will play back more. Chidu will find one. It is a cleanup, but Zenixer clears through smoke. They will have to clear a little bit further, but health bar is not too great. They get one on the swing. Leon actually picks up two, throws another nade out, pops the Hauntling. Knows that there's a lot more on site. There's the KJ util, just pops it, but burns the ammo more importantly. Here comes the nade. The Nanoswarm will go on site. It's planted in such a weird spot. They're not able to check it, actually. Wants to get half. No, there's the right click, and they're all going to go down. Castle picks up the first round.
In a scary situation, too, mind you. That was really, really well played from Castle, just to let it time burn away a little bit, even especially with the Nanoswarm, making sure that they can't really get anywhere. So now Castle has the opportunity to go up here in a 2-0 scenario where Campbell having only classics and maybe light shields at best, if anything, if you're going to buy something.
Yeah, at best, but I doubt it. I really don't think you're Campbell, you're full saving. They want to be ready and able to do a full purchase in the round 3. That's where they want to be economically. But, I mean, worth noting, right, because of the 3K and because of the amount of just credits that the side of Castle has, it does allow them more things. And it looks like, yep, because of that, they have more utility, they have more weapons. They are able to just charge right on through and fully take control of the C site.
And they're going to do this yet again, like you're saying, in full control of C site already, and not a single pick has fallen either. So this is a 5-on-5 retake here for Campbell, but it's gone.
Oh.
Foul line already as Cocky and Zenixer both get their kills. Cocky's found a third, and now it's a 1v2 scenario. It's going to be the 1v1. Tidy's found the Guardian Gamer. He's found the headshot, looks for one more, and will get it and clutches it out to the 1v2 scenario. And, I mean, yes, Castle clutches it at the end, but you lose 4 in that round.
That was really, really strange. And I say that because Cocky, from the hill, with a classic nonetheless, ends up picking up 3 people total in that round, right? I mean, that was absolutely insane just to see that and catch it off. When you consider that that was into a Phantom, a Vandal, or just full rifles in general, that is going to hurt and hurt a lot from the side of Castle because, yes, this was the bonus anyways, but now they don't even have much of an advantage going into it or much of a tool to utilize, as it looks like we do end up getting a pause. Tech pause. We are just getting a tech pause. We are going to just check to see what is going on. But for now, we are just admiring the beautiful scenery of Lotus.
Yeah, admiring the beautiful scene of Lotus and one of the newer maps. I mean, not Sunset new, but obviously a great map indeed. And the only 3-side map that's available to teams right now. Haven's gone from the map pool, from the map pool in general. So, yep, Lotus is the only 3-side map that teams have right now. By the way, Hawaii Esports Invitational are brought to you in part by Coca-Cola, inviting fans to imagine what the future tastes like with the limited edition Y3000 flavor powered by AI. Or check out Body Armor drinks, perfect before, during, or after a workout. Taste real magic with Coca-Cola today. So let's see if we're back in. It looks like perfect timing. We are back into the game now. Short tech pause. We are back on the end. You can see the buys. It's pretty, I guess, drastic changing on either end. One team with rifles, one team with sheriffs only. Problem is, it's not the team that's up 2-0 that has all the rifles.
Yeah, I mean, bonus, right? You'd expect to go to Campbell anyways, but just calling it out that now they will need to make something work, and it will have to be off of Tidy's openings, right? Playing off the hero rifle. The Jet dashes in, finds one. Man advantage over to Campbell, but they do trade out another one, but Roderick finds it. There you go. The numbers even backed up. Zenixer drops as well. And now it's a 2v3. And actually Campbell in worse for wear, losing out 1v1s against the Sheriffs.
Let's see now. They do have gun advantage. Still 3v2, losing 2 already. Losing another as JV transfers on over to the Vandal instead from the Sheriff. Now we get to see the run around here. Tidy's got even to make it at the very least, makes it a 1v1. KJ versus Jet, dashes away for right now. It's Tidy versus Cocky, who's got it. And it will be Tidy with the wide swing against Cocky.
Tech pause. That was definitely a freeze. Was that
a freeze? I think everybody's looking
gotta
at
be a
the
tech.
screen. Wide peeked and didn't get anything. And
he that's gotta be a tech. We'll check it.
Okay,
They're checking it now.
checking
Yep,
it.
they're checking it now.
Yeah, so they are checking it right now. So that's going to be a little bit of an oof scenario, if you will, because that's just one of those where if the screen freezes in a 1v1 scenario, man, that is not good to have in the middle of it.
Yeah, you gotta feel rough if you are cocky in that scenario. That was something where, I mean, he knew the play, right? He knew where he was coming from. He had all of the space to operate off of, and unfortunately for him, whatever happened in the moment is what happened in the moment, and so that was a tough one for them to have to take. But now the question is, right, in moments like this, can you be resilient, right? Can you be mentally resilient in a moment like that,
Yep.
right? I mean, that's a tough one, but it is the opening round, right? Are you able to just sit back and go, you know what? It's okay, right? We just started. It's still early in the game. It's still not done yet, right? Can we just reset, right? Take your breath, right? Settle yourself, stabilize yourself, and figure out how can we come back, right?
Yes.
Just start thinking about that. Keep that mental intact, so to speak.
And by the way, folks, we'll get back to the games here in just a couple of moments as we're in the tech pause right now. You saw that right at the end with a little bit of a freeze. But anyways, today is not the last day, and, of course, not the last of the action here with the finals coming up for high school right now in game number 1. Of course, we have 2 matches. This will start us off before tomorrow's main festivities, if you will. 2 matches of the first round of the round robin to start us, or the double round robin, I should say. The first 2 matches will be right here on stream, as we'll have 2 of the Michigan State games, I believe, with the University of Hawaii as well as taking on Michigan State as well as
Michigan
HPU.
versus the locals is at the end of tonight.
Yeah. And, of course, the rest of the matches, the other 4 matches happening right out here on stream, that's tomorrow, and that all kicks off right around 9 o'clock here inside of the Islands. Or if you're watching, if you're a fan of Michigan State or Stony Brook on the East Coast time, you're looking at about a 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time start here. So check that out. And, of course, we're going all the way through the entire day of Sunday before they fly on back out. And lots of competition. In fact, there's going to be, I think we were talking about this earlier during the break with the people from Vanza, that there was a lot of sign-ups for tomorrow at the very least. You have Apex tomorrow, you have Super Smash Brothers tomorrow, and that's like, over 80 people already that are going to be signed up already?
60-something for Smash or something like that. And I don't know if they closed it. I don't know if it's still open. I'd have to ask, but you still have a lot of abilities, right? A lot of great Super Smash Brothers action happening outside in the main arena, but back here in the showroom, the stage room, whatever you want to call it. Some may call it multipurpose, whatever the number is. We call it the stage.
Yes, we call it the grand stage, the grand final stage, if you will, because that's what it really is. I mean, you're down to the grand finals here. You'll get the finals both in here, and somebody's going to get the surfboard in this room anyways. So this is the final stage if you think about it, really. And, of course, tomorrow as well, not only is there Apex Legends, there's also Super Smash Brothers. Don't know. I think there is UH teams coming here for the University of Hawaii teams coming down, as well as maybe some open
some college guys
well.
might be coming out to play in the open.
I know some high school players as well. I mean, you're involved with one of the high school teams.
I mean,
for
so
Apex.
Honolulu Apex, I believe, is coming on tomorrow. So they, my kids should be here and playing as well. But regardless, right, a lot going on tomorrow. So a lot happening this weekend here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational. So, cool weekend, right?
Yeah.
A great way if you are a high school student that does play in, any of these titles, or if you just want to find out about what some of the other college teams are doing. I think this is a unique opportunity to speak to some directors from not here, right? Not locally in Hawaii, or not just, the people you normally have access to, like the wonderful and beautiful Kevin Nguyen. But,
Single, by the way.
Single, by the way.
Kevin Nguyen.
But
right?
anyways,
Single,
all right,
right?
back in. So it looks like, we do reset, but we are not going to be able to match medic that round. So large advantage from Campbell does go away, and now they will have to reset.
Oh.
And Leon finds one right out the gate. That could be huge. They do lose 2 in the trade, but if they can recover that gun, there you go. Now it's even money.
You might want to remember the Omen's name for future uses. By the way, 4 colleges are here. Zinix, there might be a pickup for you if you're looking for any recruits.
Leon!
As well as Leon, who gets another shot as well. It makes it a 3v2 scenario. Spike is planted. Zinixer finds another. Showstoppers out from Leon. Trying to close out here with just a KJ left to go. They'll start defusing. Destros finds one in the process, finds another, makes it a 1v1. They're still defusing. Can they find the pig? No, they can't. There's the defusal. Pros don't fake. A thrifty round, and Campbell's got a point on the board. Destros cleans up, but it's too little, too late.
Kaki had to stick that, by the way. There was no world in which they could half buy, look for the play, right? The detain time would have meant that the bomb would have went off. Kaki had to stick that. That was the only way forward, unless they ran away, let the KJL, right, let the lockdown finish, and then re-enter and retake it. But at that point, you do lose the advantage. You do lose the initiative. So credit where credit is due. Campbell on the board off of 2 major plays, I'd say, from Leon and from Zenixer in getting those frags with a Sheriff into rifles. So they turn it right back around onto Castle.
Let's see here. Can they turn their favors as well? Stevens are already going to come out. Titus having to take some down from that Nanostorm. We'll try to rush on in. Another great Nanostorm. Bring them all the way down to just half health. Has them low for right now. Has to look through an Astra bubble. Can't find anything at the moment. Roderick though lines them up for 2. And that's a free sight here for Castle. Castle's got their plant down onto C. Looking for another Egoist. Finally ends the run of Roderick, but Egoist is the only one left alive here in a 4v1 scenario. All the way back in C. Jackson cleans up for the 3rd kill. Castle gets one back at 4-1.
Yeah, crosshair placement was there, but just the movement was a little bit short on the side of Egoist. But I saw the vision. A nice attempt, almost had it. But all right, Castle picks back up, gets themselves in priority. They do have control of this one now, and they will be able to secure themselves what should be a 1-5 scoreline. Question now becomes, how does Campbell once again turn it around? Are they going to be able to find another large thrifty like they did 2 rounds ago, or will they have to respect it? Will they have to back up? Leon opening with the nade, but gets picked off immediately by Tidy.
It's picked off. And Leon now gone. Leon's been hitting some good shots early on here in this match. Not going to matter when the rest of Castle is hitting theirs too. Knights will try to move on in. Looks like their target is A site here. They get the C's down and stuck. Is Tidy going to be able to take advantage of it? Yes, they do. Good assist by the Fade. Now, trying again. The dash away. Jackson there. Trying to find somebody. Will not through the bottom of the wall. The Classic again. Finds the wall bank somehow, some way. Tidy's able to find a 3rd, finds a 4th. Looking for the last one for our first ace of the day. With the Classic. Our first ace of the day belongs to Castle's Tidy, cleaning them all up.
Cleans them all up. Has to fight so many Classic users to do so. I don't know how you count that one, but that was a lot of jump shots and just, a lot going on for that kill. But Tidy does clean it up, does get the ace, and honestly, all of the entry frags are what is getting Castle ahead. And I think we saw this in the earlier rounds, right, in the match up against Lelehua. When Tidy is able to clear sites well, it does give Castle all of the tools they need to take rounds. Just have to see, can they keep doing it, or will Campbell figure out the answer to slowing down this Jet?
I want to point out Castle's team earlier on talking with them, 4 seniors. Guess who the freshman is in this class?
They said it. He's better than all of them.
Better than all of them, apparently. Got the ace earlier on. Gets the ace here in this match. And now, Leon's able to take care of Roderick, making it a 5v4 scenario. Rolling Thunder comes out. Tidy's caught inside of it, and Tidy may be caught for the rest. Kaki's able to get that kill thanks to the Rolling Thunder help. Down to only 30 health, though. Spike is planted down, but a 5v2 scenario. Egoist and Zenixer will get their simultaneous kills. Campbell's back up on the board. They get one back, down to 3.
Campbell's back, and this is a critical flawless when you need it. This gives them the equal advantage for now. Yes, Castle will still be able to buy a few rifles, I believe, next round. But critically, the Rolling Thunder is what slows down the play. It allows them to get back in and take site control and utilize what they need to. But you cannot do that every round, right? Yes, they do have a lockdown available for Kaki, but that is not quite as strong, right? It's not something that just immediately gives them the advantage. Tidy almost gets a kill there, right? If you think back to this, almost picks up Kaki, and that, I think, is indicative of how this matchup has been going so far. We'll see if they can keep going, because every round it's eyes on Tidy.
In the middle of a Rolling Thunder concussed, by the way.
Yeah,
almost
exactly.
Getting that kill. That's any indication whatsoever. Yeah, the freshman playing ball right now is get it one more time. He's going to dash on in. Nanoswarm is there to stave them off for just a couple of moments. How long will it stave them off for? Around the corner they will go. There goes the Cloudburst. See if that finds just anything. And that's a great peek as well. That's a quick Cloudburst, but is able to find at least maybe a one-way on it. There's trading lockdowns here. We'll see. I mean, this is going to clear out the site, but there's no spike planted anyway, so this is going to just clear them out for right now. And everybody's just running away. Okay, we tried B. Yeah, nothing's happening so far.
Yeah, here it is. Tidy, though, flanked through spawn. Zenixer finds the win on the duel, but The Astro Ultimate was down C, so it looks like they do know where it is. They know where the play is going. They assume they know where the plant is, and there it goes. Now it's a question of can they get the retake. They'll have to push through. Ult just goes down now. Do they clear it? No. Rodrix is there, gets his one. Chizuru now looking for information, finds it, but they clear Rodrix.
Uh-oh. He leaves the Nixer alive, though. The Nixer's found one onto Rodrix right now. Finds a little bit of damage, chip damage onto Shizuru. And the big thing about Sky, you can't heal yourself. You can heal others, not yourself. They go right on in. Shizuru finds the Nixer, though. That's a big kill. Nanoswarm onto the spike as well, just to stave off. Nanoswarm not required. Shizuru cleans it up. 6-2. They guarantee themselves to tie at the half.
Yep. Nicely done from Castle there. Gives themselves advantage and also maintains the eco advantage, right? Look at the bankroll. They've got money, they've got cash. So even in a few round losses, they should be good to go for a little while. It is going to be, this is the make or break round, I'd say, for Campbell. And the idea that lose here, you're probably done for the half. There's not going to be a whole lot more you're going to be able to pull off. Maybe a revival for a 9-3 at best, 8-4. And not looking too great.
Well, let's see here. Trying to run it down now for Campbell side. Maybe grouping up a little bit too much as Tidy lands a second. Looking for a third. Leon ends that right away. So no ace coming for the Blade Storm. Destros, though, able to trade Leon right back. So it's not too shabby of a scenario. Not too shabby of a clip. I think half of our clips are going to be Tidy so far here in the highlight reel. 6-2. They plan it down onto B side. It's a 4v2 scenario. JB finds one. Shizuru's there to clean that up. Makes it a 3v1 scenario. It's all up to the KJ who gets spotted out by the Prowler.
Whoa.
He's able to find one clean headshot. Can you find another? No. Destros finds that swing from Kaki just a little bit too wide. Castle 7-2.
Castle up 7-2. That one was, honestly, I mean, Tidy is making the job of the observers very easy here. At the start of a round, you just follow the jet. That's really how this one's playing out. Win or lose, the round is going to be determined by does Tidy survive and get the opening pick onto the site, or are we going to close out shop on the jet before they get any real damage done? So far, the answer's been Tidy's just winning every duel. I mean, 15-5, that's what this indicates. So Campbell still doesn't have the answer yet of how to slow down this jet.
Here comes the ultimate down towards C. Destros able to find Zenixer. That's a big pick for them. There's the flash, but the guiding lights does not guide you to a kill if you're egoist. Destros is able to find that pick. Rodrix taking care of JV is another big pick for them as well. That's going to be a spike planted on C yet again, and it becomes another 4v1 scenario that just is much out of hand. Destros finding heads on the attacking KJ, mind you. 8-2 scoreline.
8-2, and all right. Last chance. If you're going to get up to at least 8-4, gotta be the round. Or, I mean, they're still broke. They still have to play a thrifty. They still have to play short. They don't have money.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could buy shields, if anything. You could buy shields at the very least.
I mean, yeah, but
hey, Classics have been doing work all day long, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Classics and Sheriffs, right? The pistols have been paying off, but you can't always keep banking on this. I mean, here we go. Leon wants to look for a play. Ult is pop, but where is it going? Finds one in the corner, but there's Tidy. Dashes out just in time.
And doesn't lose a single point of health. Dashes out just in time indeed, and that's well done by the freshman here. Egoist with the guiding light around the corner knows that there's at least one. Doesn't tell you how many there are, even though a bird should be able to tell you how many there are around the corner anyways. Marla comes out and sees is also out as well. That is a deafened Doman right now. Tidy's trying to find it. Has 3. Potential for another one. By the way, Tidy finds Cocky. Is there another ace in the cards for Tidy right now around the corner? Yes, there is. It ain't 1. It's 2.
Double ace. Tidy on fire. 20-6. I mean, we may be heading over to Collegiate real quick if Tidy's going to keep playing like this. That is just entry after entry after entry. Campbell's still no answer, right? They used some utility, but they just can't get him to slow down, right? It's predicting where the jet's going to be with the KJ. So far, not enough to keep it slow.
Yeah, you know what? We're friends with the University of Hawaii, so we can say this. Better than the other team had Tidy on their team. We can blame the University of Hawaii coach Gino over there for making sure that he wasn't allowed to shine in the game.
Oh, there we go.
But finally
Okay.
the answer
Kaki
comes
finds
out
it.
from Campbell. Kaki is able to find that kill, and now you have the Seekers out and about. One of the few times man advantage coming out here for Campbell to start.
Yeah, caught him sleeping a little bit. I think Tidy is getting, hype is going to the head maybe, I don't know. And just kind of like lazily swung that corner. And now Kaki on one, looking for another. Has the lockdown, but doesn't need it, but just sends it anyways, right? End of the half. 9-3 curse, that's what they're looking for. As, all right, Campbell flips over their turn on offense. But, all right, Kaki finally shutting down Tidy.
Shutting them down, and so 9-3 the score line here. And in fact, the first time that they did not plant a spike in that entire half was that last round for them. So Castle is able to get their 9 points already. By the way, Hawaii Esports Invitational brought to you in part by Twitch Hawaii. If you want to get into streaming, go and connect with over 1,000 content creators to help you get started. Join them for online and in-person events all year round. Visit meetups.twitch.tv/Hawaii or join the Discord to join the community today. So coming into the second half here for Campbell, down 9-3. I'm not saying anything about it because we all know, or for Valorant people, we all know the 9-3 scoreline. But Castle, the way they're looking right now, that's not a problem at all.
Yeah, not too much of a problem at all. They're looking like they want to be able to close out. But remember, with 3 sites, it gets a little bit trickier to hold the defense out if you start losing picks early on. These sites are meant to be a little bit easier for the retake, but not quite so when you're down 5-3.
3-side maps usually attack sided because obviously you can shove it all the way you want. For Castle on the defensive end, you have no idea. You got to split up your resources, right? So that's exactly what Castle took advantage of last time. So now they have the spike down 5v3 scenario on A. See where they go with this as they get rid of Destros, making it a 5v2 scenario now. Jackson on the Sheriff, though, is able to avoid the flawless here. But in a 4v1 scenario, you know exactly where this is. And they're going for the ninth kill. They're going for it. Yes!
Hey, they got it.
We've had 2 aces today, and we've had a knife kill today as well. In the blink of it. Yes, sir. 9-4 scoreline. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. They've been looking for that, by the way. They have been looking for that play all day. I'm pretty sure that was the icebox play we saw earlier. That's what we were looking for. So, all right, they finally get their knife kill. And at a time where it was important, right? Morale, you need that. You want to get that rally, right? So, all right, spirits lifted. Now let's see with the bonus, what can they do? Burning the utility down A, just going to clear, but do they clear close? Do they check corners? That's the question. Destros finds one alongside Jackson. Meanwhile, where did the rest of the squad go? Tidy on site. Trying to look for it. There comes some damage. Leon is there. There's the trade, but Destros finding the damage with that Bulldog. Egoist on the 3K with the Guardian. It's a one-on-one.
It's a one-on-one scenario. Who's going to win it? It's one-shot weapons. Who's going to find their pick first? No headshots, but through the box. Projects is able to find the shot and a thrifty round for the Knights. A big one could be that.
I mean, and the big one being Destros gets the Bulldog. That's where that story goes, right? They don't clear the corner. Jackson alongside, I want to say it was Destros. They don't clear close. They end up walking past it. The pick goes down, and it gives over such a powerful round 2 weapon over to the side of Castle. And the rest of the story is over, right? It doesn't matter about the Guardian 3K. It ends in a 1v1. Anyone's ball game at that point.
Castle's 3 rounds away now from getting game number 1. Remember, folks, it's a best of 3. Gotta win 2. Gotta win 2. Scoreboard reads blanks right now as it's only game number 1. And then this is an exciting game number 1. Chizuru flicks around the door for a second. Has to reload, though. And that's a pickup of a Phantom here for Leon. This could spell trouble, but it doesn't spell trouble here as Destros finds 3. And when the defensive killjoy is on, that's some big kills for them. 11-4, they're 2 away.
2 away, and that one, I think, they secure some rifles for themselves, right? So Campbell wasn't expecting to win that one, I don't think, but as the game goes on, or as the rest of the round goes on, they pick up a few kills. You have that hope, right? Maybe we can get it. Maybe we can bring it back a little bit. Now, though, this is the critical one. Lose here, and that's probably game over. You end up on match point with no buy with the amount of cash they have in hand. So let's see it. There you go. Offensive fault line. Goes through, tries to clear him back. Tidy, though, gets picked off. Too many members there. Can't fight the whole team, so they have to retreat.
Too many cooks in that kitchen for him to shut down. Now it's going to be the setup here. The Nanostorms aren't going to do much of anything for right now. They did change how you plan on the site as well with that staircase. So now we'll see them plan right next to it. It's a 5v3 scenario, one of the few rounds where Campbell has man advantage. Chizuru, though, wants to knock that out away. Even if the Prowler was right in front of it, it doesn't really matter. Kaki's found that kill, makes it a 4v2 scenario. Jackson finds theirs, trades that out. 1v3 scenario now, with Jackson having the Phantom in hand. Do they find the hero moment? They're up 7. They don't have to have it. The spike just withering away on time. They will run away for right now. They know they have advantage on where that spike is planted. So if Jackson wants to go, they got to go now or never here. To save money as well. I mean, you got to end it here if you're Campbell as well, which they will do before the spike explodes. Campbell's cut the lead down to 6, but still a big lead nonetheless.
Yeah, they do lose it. They do lose a couple of members, but they will have rifles for the next one. So for now, don't write them out yet. Don't send off the script. Don't send them home just yet. Still quite in this round or in this game. Actually do end up managing to shift the economy, so they get a Guardian and 4 Vandals at the end of it. But alright, let's see. Where does it end up going?
Guiding light, a very deep guiding light, mind you. Tells you that there's something here. How many people are there will be the question. They try the fault line, nothing doing there. As nobody was kind of hiding in that box. Although good to check your corners with that, as you don't waste the Trailblazer, which is now being used. Chizuru's found one at the very least. Lockdown's going to come out here from Campbell. That's going to make sure that nobody is in this site. So it's free reign here. No Killjoy lockdown for Castle's side. Tidy's going to stay in this for right now, though. Tidy's found one at the very least. Has 1 second. Might get detained on it. Is detained in the staircase, but nobody's going to peek it. They saw Tidy there, but nobody's going to peek it whatsoever.
Wait, where are they going?
And now,
where are they going?
Chizuru finds it. Where are they going, though? That spike is in the middle of everything. Flawless, intact here. Tidy's found 3. Rogers cleans it up. Castle, match number 1 point.
Oh, boy. Yep, Castle looking like they might be able to close out the first of this series. Largely in credit due to Tidy, but I mean, other members of the team stepping up where needed. Chizuru and Destros finding critical moments for themselves as well. It will just be Campbell. Can you pull off the miracle comeback, or are we already thinking about game 2 and beyond? You gotta imagine what is going through the minds. As here we go, last time, or potentially for the last time.
7 opportunities at match point here for Castle. So plenty of room to work with here for the Knights. Showstopper is out. Buddy playing the waiting game. They have no clue who's around the corner, but can only find one with the cocky Liz with 5 health. Rodriguez and Chizuru, though, making sure that they have cleanup duty right now. Guiding Light is out. Seeker's also out at the same time from Castle. Castle's just going to spot out every single last person, and that includes Cocky, who goes down. That is match number 1. And Castle, the Knights, are now 1 more match away from giving themselves a surfboard trophy at the end.
Yep, 1 more theoretical BO1 away before they are done. And we go to the collegiate side. But, I mean, overall, credit where credit is due, right? I think, in review of that match, you got to give it up to Tidy. Right? You got to give it up. I can't say it enough. That way, the way he was entering, the way he was clearing sites for them, and always giving them that man advantage at the start of every single round, that is something really tough. That if you are Campbell, you need to sit down and think about it again. How in the heck are we going to stop that, right? Is it you give space, right? Are we playing for more retakes, right? And say, all right, forget it. If we see it, if we hear the util, if we know where the hit is coming, back up, right? Don't contest it. We'll play it as a 5. Or are they going to keep trying the way they did, which was, kind of brute forcing the 2-man, the 3-man stacks? And when you run into the 4-man push, that's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, if you're Campbell, these are the questions you're asking.
Oh, another question you have to ask for Campbell as well is, are you picking this map again? Because, again, this is a theoretical best of one the entire way through. So you could pick this map again with the rule set as it is. I think you stay away from the 3-site map, though, the way that went, and especially you're just trying to take down Tidy at this point because Tidy is one of the threats here. You're also looking, Destros as well had a pretty good game. I believe Destros was on the Killjoy, during that entire time. And on the defensive end, man, that Killjoy went off. Every single time, by the way, if I'm looking at this right, for the 5 rounds that were played in that second half, whenever they planted the spike, they won Campbell won the round. But if they didn't plant the spike, which is the 3 rounds that they needed to win, yeah, they didn't plant the spike at all. So that just shows you the defensive end that it happens here from Campbell or from Castle right now.
And worth noting, we did see adaptation from Campbell, but they started to get lazy, right? I mean, if you think about it, clearing corners, clearing behind boxes, clearing behind specific points of the map, those are things that they needed to do. They started to do it in the mid game, but then it fell off again, right? Tidy almost picks up the 3-piece from the flank, right, from the side, because nobody checks the corner, right? Nobody checks the box. And that is a big thing, and that's like basics, right? If you're on Campbell's side, you guys got to be thinking about that. At least clear it with a couple shots, right? You saw Castle executing on that, right? It's those little things. That's what's going to be able to get you these wins, or, continually giving opportunities for the lurk, for the catch you off guard. And that's something you don't want to be giving away for free.
Yeah, that is something you do not want to give up at all, and especially when we get into what, I guess, a theoretical intermission, theoretical halftime, if you will, for the entire matches. Because, of course, best 2 out of 3 scenario, we are going to play one more at the very least. Campbell still has a chance to bring this all the way back here in a best of 3. They will get the first, I guess, selection of bans. So this could work out very well in their favor when you're bringing it all the way down to the last map. That would be their choice in the end anyway. So we'll find out. Lotus is probably going to be off the table. And now you've only got, I doubt we see Lotus again. And the only other maps that they have played on for Campbell's side, when they won against Roosevelt, their map pick was, the map that they played was split. The other map that they played was against was against Lilahua, and in that match they played Breeze. So really could go either way in those very kind of open maps, if you will.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, right? I mean, that's obviously not the only agent that Tidy will play, right? I mean, we saw him on Arena before.
Yes.
So I don't quite know if you're planning always for the Jet, right? And the Jet entry and the way that Jet can get onto a site. Yes, it works for a 3-map site like Lotus because a lot of times it's very short real estate. But on a map like Breeze, long runways, long sight lines, right? I don't know. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe that's not the type of map that, that Castle is comfortable on. So we'll see if the pick ban goes differently in the second half. But for now, as it stands, I believe we are waiting for Mr. Ed Lallier to be ready in the center stage, as they do have more things to give away. This is me casually, trying to call out to Ed to be like, hey, are you ready? So that Mr. Kogan Boyer can stop asking you questions in the center of the stage.
Yeah, so again,
he's not ready. Okay, I see. Dang. All right, well, we keep talking. We keep going.
Yeah, and obviously as well, they're working out some of the prizes that are going on. Earlier on today, we had some competitions with Mario Kart that had some good times on it. Although there was one time I think earlier on that was like, 10 seconds underneath the world record, which I don't think is possible. They played the wrong map, I'm assuming. There it was like 2 minutes and 8 seconds was the top time when I saw it outside, and then somebody had like a 1:58. So I have
Only
no
you would
clue.
know what the Mario Kart world record for whatever the thing was. Oh, how?
Yeah.
None of us, we don't broadcast Mario Kart.
I
You
know
would
we
be the
don't.
only
I'm
one
just saying- I'm just
to
sa-
know that the
I'm just pointing out. Look,
specific world
I am
record
just
was to
pointing
be
out
like,
the competitions
that
that
wasn't
are here
correct
right now.
That's impossible. They can't.
All right,
beat the
meanwhile,
world
while I'm
record.
being ridiculed for that, your Mario Kart Open competition was being held earlier today, as well as a League of Legends competition that all happens, and then there was even there were also some setups for Madden as well, which some people played. I know the ESPN Honolulu guys were here. I think they played a little bit of it.
They were having fun.
They were having fun
yeah.
with the Madden setup, and of course they could do that again tomorrow. So if you're just joining us, this is an entire weekend of gameplay here. We're featuring Valorant here on the Vanta Esports League, Vanta Esports stream, and we're featuring the high school Valorant Finals right now. Collegiate Valorant comes up later today as well as carries on over to tomorrow.
After this
4
series.
matches. So after this series, we will get into the start of the double round robin for the collegiate side, which, if you don't know, features the University of Hawaii, features HPU, as well as the 2 mainland schools from East Lansing, Michigan, and Michigan State, as well as Stony Brook University. But we'll get to the college stuff later. First and foremost, we're going to go up to the center stage right now, where we have some prizes to give away, I guess.
Yeah, over to Mr. Ed Lallier.
Thank you very much. And I would like to now make the announcement for the Tetris and Mario Kart champions. Woo! All right, we're going to begin with Tetris, and the winner goes to FG. FG. All right. Is FG here? All right, FG, you win a Tetris Game Boy. Woo! You win a gift card from Zippy's and a Tetris water bottle. All right, go to FG. All right. And second place goes to Micah. Micah, who I think is left for another errand, but he will be coming back, he told me, and he wins a Tetris Arcade, Tetris Socks, and a Tetris gift card. So give it up to Micah. All right. Okay, and next we're going to go with Mario Kart. And Mario Kart, the second place winner goes to Micah, who is going to enjoy coming back for a little bit extra. So Micah gets another Zippy's gift card. All right, give it up to Micah. All right. And for the winner for Mario Kart, who prize is $240. Yeah, and a gift card from Zippy's for the amount of $50. Wow. That is pretty sizable. And that winner goes to X Gamer. Who's X Gamer? X Gamer is not here. All right, go X Gamer. All right. All right. We will be doing this again next, tomorrow as well. So if you are interested in winning some more very cool Tetris items or Mario Kart prizing, I think we will have some more some prizes to give. So stay tuned. Next coming up is the final round, I guess, for the high school finals. All right. Thank you.
Not happy with your loan rates and high fees? Want to hear a secret? The best way to bank may be at Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union. Our members are also our owners. That's why your loan rates are so low, and you have very low or no fees. We don't have stockholders, so all our profits go to member benefits. Now that's a great deal. When you have Aloha, anything is possible. Visit a branch or alohapacific.com.
We work hard to put a smile on your face. As a member of Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union, you get surprisingly low rates on loans. So you can buy that car or house, pay for major expenses, or consolidate debt. We treat your money like we treat you, with Aloha. And you get expert advice for a better financial future. When you have Aloha, anything is possible. Visit a branch or alohapacific.com.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's, live here from the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena at the Aloha Tower Marketplace. Clutch K alongside K-Tad with you here for the second matchup now. And actually, before we get to the second matchup, we'll talk about that in a second. Meanwhile, outside right now, going on third place game between Lelehua and Roosevelt. That going on first map, Ascent 13-6 in favor of Lelehua. So they are playing on Breeze right now. That matchup 2-2 at last check. We'll give you some more updates as that goes along, but they're not playing for the surfboard. This team, two teams are playing for the surfboard right now. Castle's well on their way. They're already one match in, 13-5. And by the way, there's a storyline for you folks. That's the third time a 13-5 has happened here on stream today. Can't be a coincidence,
Henry's in
right?
the back crying about stats or something and trends and probability and math terms. I don't know. All I know is that, all right, it was closer than you think the 13-5 indicates.
Yes.
But, all right. Here we are. Let's see. We run the way this works. We run the pick ban process again, and it looks like we are going to bind for our second map of the day. So, all right. Curious to see how this plays out. It's a little bit of another short entry angles with a few long options, right? But not too many. So I'm curious to see how does the draft change, right? How does the agent select change? Because it could go a different way. Meanwhile, same old, right? Campbell, Castle, once again, trying to, I think, dial down and figure it out. How are they going to finish out that map? But I do believe one of those people on the right is tied.
Yep. Well, we get to see, I believe it's first station right there on the right side of your screen. So first station right in front. And we'll get to the map picks here, or rather, I should say agent selection here in just a couple of moments as well. And this is the first time as well on stream, as well as in this entire tournament, we are seeing Bind being a selection here. So first time we'll get to see maybe some setups here. Who knows? I know Killjoy is somewhat predominant here, at least on the Sentinel side. However, like maybe a little bit of a changeup, if you will. I'm not seeing a single KJ, at least on the hovering side. Meanwhile, some lock-ins. Everybody, Campbell's locked in a few of their own, and you have a little bit of an interesting face going on there for some selections that are happening.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Tidy. He's playing Cypher. I'm curious. Well, it says,
you ever heard of Duelist Cypher?
Somebody else can take the reins and be the ones to entry, it sounds like. He's like, all right, I did my job. We got a map win. Y'all do the rest. Figure it out, it seems, because that was an early lock-in. So
maybe he's got setups. Maybe Tidy's got setups probably.
I mean, well, Cypher, on Bind, Cypher has a lot of setups, right?
Yes.
Cypher has a lot of ways to use his utility, a lot of ways to close out entry points, but I don't know. It's an interesting. It's just interesting for me to see somebody that we praise so highly
as a duelist
on the duelist play to now be a Sentinel on the Cypher.
Well, who knows at this point? I mean, you never know what could happen. I mean, we've seen players go on from the controller to the Sentinel, right? We've seen players adjust from maybe that Sentinel to the Initiator spot. Who knows? Maybe a duelist to the Sentinel spot? Who knows, right? We've seen bloodthirsty Killjoys. I mean, you and I have seen that very so often.
Yeah. Calm down, Killjoy, man.
Look, I'm just saying, Sentinels can be bloodthirsty as well. Hey, Tidy's on it right now.
Uh-huh. I mean, well,
it
let's
doesn't
see.
happen for me.
Let's see. Let's just see. I want to see how that works. I want to see how he does on drastically the other side of the spectrum, right, in terms of roles and what you do. Sentinel's designed to kind of hold it down, lock it down, not necessarily meant to be the ones initiating and walking through the door, but let's see how the rest of the team plays out around it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a lot more offensive capabilities on the side of Campbell, so retake scenarios for this half should be good for them with the Sky and the double duelist in the Raze and the Jet. But let's see how this all plays out as Castle's first go at the offense.
Well, let's see if they get the first pick off here. And the Sheriff finds one onto Tidy, which is a big opening pick. And they almost line up as well.
Ooh.
The Headhunter almost finds more. Can you find more on the Sheriff? Jay, though, on the Classic is able to find two of their own. The Flawless Round no longer intact. Rodriguez takes care of that. But Leon is there as well, and Campbell starts us off on the board.
Yeah, Campbell with a nice pickup, gets an early opening pick, but then manages to slow everyone else down, right? That's one of the things that I want to see if it plays out differently is can the side of Campbell on defense slow down the push? Can they get everyone to stop in their places, or will they just get ran over? It looks like in the opening onset, they are able to slow it down. So far, so good. Gets them pistol. And, all right, can they pick a bonus?
Can they pick this up? They didn't they got last time they were down, at least in the first 2 rounds. They were down earlier on. They lost the first round, but then was able to get 4 in the second round. Now they're on the better bonus side, I guess you could say, the better economy side. And the Trailblazer coming out of nowhere is able to spot out that there's an entire team there. That's, like you said, great info to have. Now this entire team is waiting and ready for him to just push right on in. Oh, boy.
That was murderous intent in Destros' eyes for him taking the for him to take the orb. That was murderous intent for your teammate.
What a flick on that arrow, by the way. As Kaki and Leon both finding their picks. Leon with the Bulldog, though. Leon does lose that. However, trades that off right away, making it a 4v2. Judge in session. JV's actually got Tenchizuru with it, and Campbell wins the bonus round at 2-0.
Campbell takes it, yeah, great stuff. I mean, as expected with the bonus round, but, I mean, shout out to Egoist. That 0-0-0 does not matter. That does not reflect what just happened because that was a huge dog, right? The Trailblazer giving them so much information. They knew immediately how to react to the push, and I like the way it was an immediate backup from Leon there in that moment to give up a little bit of space but keep his life, because there was no way, or it was very unlikely, he was going to be able to trade into all 4 or 5. I can't quite remember if the whole team was there, but that is a good sign.
Yeah, that was the entire team right around that corner, so no Trailblazer to start off here. Instead, maybe they're trying to change their fortunes here. You've got the teleporter. Jackson sniffs that out right away, though, was able to find that, trades that out. Zenixer, even on the Stinger, is able to find Jackson. Meanwhile, trades off left and right. That round ended in the blink of an eye, but Castle's able to score their first round.
Yeah, trade on trade on trade on trade. It was like we watched a game of checkers in the short span of the last 15 seconds there. Everyone leapfrogging one another on the scoreboard. But, all right, Castle picks it up appropriately in round 3. Now Campbell. Even money, I think, is what you would call this, right? Yeah. We are all equal, all things being the same, with the exception of Jackson a little bit short on shield value. Oh, are we playing Limbo? I think that's what we're playing over there.
I think they're probably just testing out the trap wire, if anything, just to see if it'll hit something when it'll hit something, regardless of where you are position-wise. Anyways, it's going to be the smokes down. Sky smokes are out. Finds out kind of just covering that area right around U-Haul. Gives just a little bit more. They will get the quick plant down already as Jackson finds Leon. That's a quick plant down, and now they've got A-side on their control. Roderick's right around the corner. JV not expecting it whatsoever. Tidy does find one on Takaki. Zenixer, though, and Egoist are still alive. They make this a 2v2 scenario. As Spike is down. Spike still being controlled here by Castle. Nobody has any ultimates on the board here, so this is very, very careful. Very just skill play at this point. Maybe not even util to worry about either. But Zenixer is able to find it, makes it a 2v1. Destros maybe having some lineup. Does have the molly around the corner. It won't even matter. Zenixer finds 4. They will not get the defuse. Gets it to half at the very least. Tries to jump over it. They have that.
Does he have time?
And yes, he does.
Oh, okay.
2 seconds left to go. The molly doesn't completely cover the spike.
No, yeah, but the time on that, I thought it started beeping a little bit faster than I thought. Okay. Yeah, if Destros gets that molly right where he wants it, that would have been a win. But all right, unfortunately, doesn't get it. But I think credit to Zenixer on that one. That's where it's deserved. Manages to swing out of heaven, and nobody spots it, right? I think he picks up a second frag just purely off of where he is and where the rotation came from. So, all right. Campbell looking like they've picked up some improvements. They are a lot more calm and prepared in the second map.
By the way, first time that spike was planted in the 4 rounds so far. So, hey, well, we finally have a spike down. That's not a good start for you, though. Leon's able to find 2 down the sights of the Vandal. And now, making it a 5v3 scenario, your only duelist left here is this Phoenix, but ultimates aplenty on the board. So who knows what could be spotted out here for Castle's side. Meanwhile, there's a great guiding light from the door yet again. And that's going to give them some information. And, man, this guy is giving them so much info.
Yeah, it's that teleporter play. But, honestly, here we go. Leon performing on the jet this time around. It's honestly just that teleporter control. And to Castle, they haven't shown very many tendencies to play towards B site. the only round they won was the round they actually went to B when you think about it. And just having this teleporter control up long, B long, has allowed them to have all of this information onto A.
Tries for the jump peaks right now. 5v1 scenario right across. They will crossfire him. Leon's able to get that final blow and gives themselves the 4-1 lead on a 4K, mind you. Not only that, a flawless round for Campbell as well. First of its kind here for the team.
Yep. Gives them advantage, and let's see if there is any adaptation from Castle in terms of the execute. Or will they keep allowing Campbell to use all of their utility to kind of pigeonhole them into a certain angle or a certain entry point? Let's see what it ends up being, as once again, we're playing Limbo, or we're playing with the tripwire.
Let's see where they decide to go this time around. Maybe not A this time. But the big thing about that teleporter control, right, is that you can either flash A for some info, or you've already got somebody there at B long near Gardens to figure this out for right now. Running back's going to be used here from the Phoenix, and Nixer's able to find Destros as they come out of the smoke. Egoist gets rid of the running back without Roderick finding anything for right now. Trailblazers out, does get the heal up, and right now around the corner.
Ooh.
Doesn't even need the heal, by the way. Zanixer finds the headshot. Egoist does go down. It's a lineup here, but Roderick and Jackson both finding their picks. Makes it a 3v2 scenario. What's the call out here? Through the teleporter, they will go.
Yeah, they both flip it, send it to A. Now Campbell on the rotation, but they should be able to get the spike down here. Empress gets popped, and Jackson, let's see how he wants to play this. Looking for it, but gets popped by Leon on the swing. Roderick will get that one in 2v1 scenario.
Oh boy, do they know where Roderick is. Roderick's on the angle. Doesn't have it. JV's able to take care of it. Campbell's up a 4 spot here. This team's looking a lot different than what it was earlier on Lotus. They're up 4.
Compositions make a difference, and again, worth noting, the guy that we saw perform last round, or last map, rather, on a Sentinel, not able to clear out. So, although, yes, Roderick and Jackson are top fragging and are getting themselves onto site, it's just not quite, I feel, the same as the amount of pressure we were seeing last round. This is interesting.
Yeah.
I won't say why, just in case anybody can hear me, but it is interesting.
You have the credits, too.
There you go.
You have the credits, too.
Yep.
So why not? I mean, your kid is already an op already.
Yeah, no, but I think Kaki picks up the op and shuts down the other long angle, and that's all he needed to do on that one. Right?
All they needed to do, indeed, is now around the corner here. They have the operator in hand. For Kaki, do they want to run into this is the question. Apparently, according to positioning-wise, they are all over the place, and Zanixer doesn't even know it, where Jackson finds that headshot in hookah on B side. So what's the call here? It looks like the call is probably get to the site that's, I guess, available to them right now from the way they're peeking at the moment. There's a blind. Almost had the shot, mind you.
Yeah.
Tidy finds that kill onto Egoist, but man, what a shot that would have been.
It gets one. It would have gotten one there, but I don't know if it necessarily changes the outcome of events. Knowing that Castle has control of enough of the critical choke points. We'll see who they can clear out, if anyone. So you go. Tidy swings, finds one, catches the raised mid-ult, but doesn't clear it. So the shot goes through, and now here comes JV. Will get cleared by Jackson, but Leon on site. There's the dismiss. Blind up in the air, but doesn't blind them, actually. Jackson now trying to get around. Leon flips over to Destros, and that was a weird one, but does go down in the end. Destros will shut down Leon.
It's another thrifty round. Second here already in this entire series. And you got to think here, Castle, that's a big, big pickup for them, especially on a 5-1 deficit. Now they're making it 5-2, and if you're looking, I guess, at the economy of Cabell in itself, not the greatest, I guess you could say here, although some interesting pickups. I think you would say some interesting pickups on the buy round here.
Hero rifles. It's always fun when you see hero rifles.
Phantom or Vandal?
Hey, Vandal, right? It always depends. But all right, here you go. There's the ult. Just goodbye. If you're Egoist, you know you're dead, right? I mean, that's pretty much how that goes. This feels like the burn everything round. If you're Castle, they're just going to pop all of their ultimates, but then Campbell in return says, yep, we got those too. And it's a 3-on-3 right out the gate. Health bar is a little bit lower for the side of Tidy. But Chizuru finds a cheeky little angle and gives them man advantage.
Gives them another man advantage as well. 3v1. Tour de Force comes out, though. Is able to find one close range. Picking up a Phantom. Aldrone does spot him. So there is some info here. Don't line up, fellas. You really don't want to be in the line of that Tour de Force if that goes right at you. Because they are just giving them any information. Stalling enough time to plant the spike for right now on A. Let's see what happens here. As Cocky just trying to play the ever so patient game. Has the TP away for a couple of moments with the snap of the fingers. Trying to push them aggressively. Chizuda's right there with the Vandals. Able to get themselves another point back. Down 4. They're only down 2 now.
Ah, there you go. And so this is the close game that I think this is more along the lines of why the floor game probably was so close. If this is the way that both of these squads are playing. And on that one, honestly, I think, you do give that to Castle, but it costs them resources, right? You see the Brim ult, you see the Sova ult as ways to start that one over. But at the end of the day, with them only walking away with 2 members, it was a little bit pricey. And a round where there is still time or is still cash in the bank for Campbell to get some resources or get guns, gotta wonder if that's necessarily how Castle wanted it to play or how expensive they wanted to have to make that round for their own resource pool.
For the resources, at the very least, not a lot of util being used except for maybe the Sky Smokes. If you want to count that as such for right now. As what's the play here? They're making some noise right around B site, including right in Hookah. These Sky Smokes are just placed in a way that can't really do anything about it. What you're also running into is an operator down the sight lines of Cocky for right now. Zenixer right around the box is able to find Jackson trying to hop up. Hop up no longer, you will go, though. Neurotheft is going to be placed out. Cocky finds another one, and there's going to be Egoist on the backside as well, making it a 3v2 scenario, make it a 3v1. As Campbell is able to make their man advantage thanks to Leon. Destros there, another Sky Smoke there, just firing away at the middle. There will be, for right now, smoke inside. Destros, not a lot of health to work with, able to find a headshot onto Leon for right now, but 30 seconds left to go, and Spike still in their hands. The call, head to TP. Let's plant somewhere else.
Moves it over, sends it over to A, and ends up getting there. But plant will go down, so they'll at least get the money for it. And now 2v1 scenario.
2v1 scenario for Destros. We've seen Castle's Zenixer clutch this one out before. Or rather, Campbell's player Zenixer clutch this one out before. Does Castle have it? The blood in them to clutch this one out? The answer is no. Egoist is able to find Destros, cleans that up. No worry about a lineup whatsoever for the Molly anyways. It'll be a 6-3 lead, and first time here for Campbell, they will guarantee themselves at least a tie going into the half.
Yeah. They get it. And so far, great start. Right? I don't think you have any complaints if you're on Campbell's side. So far, so good, but money a little bit tight now, right? Because they save the guns, but they do end up a little bit broke in other areas. So, big value is going to be needed off of the weapons that they did keep.
Yeah, and the big one being, of course, the one in Cocky's hands right now. That he's trying to check. I don't know if they saw something there, but looks like a back-off game. They're playing slow and steady. This is a game of patience.
Starkly different from the last map.
Very, very different. This used to be just aggressive pushes all over the place, and rounds would be over in a blink of an eye. This time around, nothing doing here. This is just a patient waiting game, so kind of elevator music, if you will, should be going on in the background here for the start of it.
Yeah, this was probably the first default we've seen all series. I don't think I've ever seen a round in which the offense wasn't all 5-man running it. Or 4-man running it, I guess.
At the very least, right?
Yeah, at the very least. This was probably the first time we've seen anybody split. So we'll see how it plays out. As here we go, Execute comes down, Zenixer blinded, but Egoist has his back.
It's going to be a good molly there for right now to stave off anybody that's coming in. So it will be a plant onto B for the moment. So get the plants on. Now can Campbell retake? Down a man, 3v4. Around the corner, though, Leon with the Sheriff's able to hit one. Leon picks up the weapon, isn't able to find the pick. Tidy's there, so makes it a 3v2. Less manageable here, especially with that spike being planted down. Can't lose the weapon that Cocky had, but they lose the weapon indeed. Tidy cleans it up. Do they go pick it up is the question. Castle does get it 6-4. Do they pick up the op is the question. No, they just leave it just to waste away.
Well, they don't think they need it. Castle wants to close this one out at the half, right? Even it up, put themselves in great position. But you gotta wonder, right? If you're Campbell, you're not sweating. 6 on this half with a composition that's more offensive favored. You're probably chilling. I don't think they're necessarily worried about anything in particular as it stands to how this one has played out so far. Sure, they'd love a few more rounds, but if they don't get any, I gotta imagine they're not necessarily too worried.
Oh, they might be worried about losing a point to start. So Nixer finds Destros, make it a 4v3 scenario. They want the lead going into the half guaranteed at the very least. Now around the corner they will go, trying to peek it, but Tidy knows something is amiss. Finds the Nixer, and that spike is all the way down where B is for the moment, trying to shoot through the wall. Actually finds a little bit of an inkling of a pick. But still, they will go ahead and call for the teleporter, knowing that the rest of the team is there. It's a 3v3 man type here. We go all the way do-si-do yet again.
Yep. We go again. We round it out, but it is even numbers going into this. There is an ultimate available for the side of Tidy. So if he finds a pick somewhere and it's close enough, he might have used it, but instead I think he opts to not, looking for the duel in heaven, but the double swing does clear him.
The double swing is there. Spike running out of time here at 2v2. Chizuru around the corner just as the gun just pops back out, gets that kill. Jackson with a nice Kunonami is able to find that last pick, and Castle within striking distance at 1 to try to tie at the half.
Well, one more and they've evened it, but I think overall, just in general, Castle doing a great job at the comeback. They're adapting properly, but funnily enough, it's off the backs of the same guy doing more kills, getting more kills every round. Tidy finding more and more every round means that Castle, by default, starts doing better and better. But see what the strategy change-up is, because, yeah, this B long control has been pretty great by Campbell so far. Now in the 7th round, smoke goes down, but they know somebody's there. Yoden span coming in. Is it a B hit? That's the question Campbell's asking.
You're making a lot of noise.
Yeah.
So the theory really is, do you have enough information to think that it's going to be at B, or is there proof that, you heard teleporters. Is it an A hit instead? Who knows at this point? We'll try to go around.
Yet.
Yeah, there's now the plan going down on A. JV waiting right around the corner with that Judge. He's able to find one. Showstopper's out. JV's found another onto Rodrix. 4v3 retake, make it a 3v3. And it is the Odin that is making sure it's wrapped as felt. Down to a 2v2. Zenix is going to go ahead and use the orbital strike. Won't find anything at the moment. Makes it a 1v2 though, however. Trying to hit for the defuse for right now around the corner. It's a really precarious position here, wanting to try to defuse this before this and maybe trying to get it to at least half, or was that a tap around the corner? Jackson will find it. And for the first time today here on stream, we go into the half tied.
6-6 on the board. Castle figured it back out. And honestly, not a second too soon, but this is troublesome because Campbell does end up throwing away that 5-1 lead. That was big for them, right? They were finding kills. They were getting a lot of the effectiveness out of their utility. But here's the thing. The plan hasn't changed for the rest of that half, right? You saw it time and time again. Zenixer and Egoist, they just sit B long. They send util through the teleporter. Zenixer smokes off the long position. It got predictable. And Castle was able to capitalize on that, and they start clearing out systematically based on where they know people should be, and it brings them back.
Brings them all the way back down to a 6-6, 5-1 run to end that half, similar to the 5-1 run at the beginning of the half that Campbell did have of their own. We're tied 6-6. Very big pistol round comes into play now as Rodrix does get cocky. That's traded out, though, so Duelist for Sentinel, at least on the defensive side. Not too shabby. Now we'll get to see what Campbell wants to cook up here, especially on their attacking side. What a camera, by the way, that is. I mean, that's going to give you a peek around for a lot of good places, especially B-longs. That camera's going to come well in handy for them for right now. Tidy, though, might be running into the buzzsaw. Deshko's there to help as Egoist is able to find Tidies. The Nixer does go down, though. So we're back down to a 3v3 with less than a minute remaining.
Smoke clears out the short position, but they seem to not want to care about it all. JV's there, dashes through with the satchel charge, but they lose both their 1v1s, and instead, Castle holds it down. Chizuru being the last one standing in that Uka fight. Oh, I'm sorry, Lamb's fight.
Yeah, we don't talk about where the pistol was going there. It was a little bit too far to the left, although that's just an unfortunate situation, if you will. So Castle does get a point back, and for the first time in this entire map, Castle takes a lead, 7-6. They were down 5-1. The only place that they could do was tie. And so now, for the first time, they have this lead, and that's got to be a little bit of a blow to what Campbell had earlier on. It's like you said, they started off 5-1, and now it's all the way to 7-6. So for Campbell here, there was a thrifty earlier on in round number 7. Campbell had a thrifty of their own. They got to do it again here, especially in a close matchup like this.
We'll see how it plays. Sheriff in hand, spam through. It's already a spike plant from the side of Campbell, but Chizuru gets the blind spray down. That's a good opening. Can they keep him pinned, though? That's the question. Roderick sees all of them, but gets picked off by the Classic after all the ammo has been expended. Meanwhile, more members popping through. The spam is there, and they want to keep this spam. They clear actually the short position, and now it's knifes out. Everyone's running in. Campbell was willing to go into the chaos, it felt like, out of that one.
Well, they were willing to run into the chaos, but what they ran into is the buzzsaw, really. They just ran into all of that. And so, yes, despite Campbell planning yet again, they get stopped yet again. And so Castle's now up 8-6, and it's starting to slip away. It is starting to just slip away for them. Again, keep going back. They were up 5-1 at 1.86 now. They're on a 7-1 run. This is just an unbelievable game. This is just an unbelievable streak here. 5 straight.
Yeah, this is the round that counts, right? This is where lose the bonus the other way. And Campbell, if you can't close this one, it might be time to start packing the bags. Castle on the other side, comfortably with utility, with weapons. They're not necessarily as worried about it as Tidy. Just waiting. Looks for it with the Ares, gets one, looking for the second. The spam isn't there just yet, but instead, will he push? That's the question, and instead just gets him right through the box, knowing where he could be. Oh, all the positions left. Campbell, 2 trying to get up long. There's 1, wait! Egoist with 3, and they're going to immediately take the TP back out. Will they follow? That's the question. Yeah. Jackson, lying in wait, will shut down Egoist, though.
2v1 scenario. So Nixer's trying to win this one out. Has the spike in hand. In the finale here of this round, who's going to win out on the peaks? Just trying to go ahead. Almost lined up. You saw that. They almost lined up there. Rodriguez is able to find it, though. 9-6 your scoreline. Castle's won 6 straight now. And, trouble abound here for the Sabres, because that's a big, big loss for them. You were talking about economy. Look at the econ now. The creds are down. The stocks are down.
Stocks have fallen. It is a recession on the side of Campbell, if you're looking at it. But, I mean, that one, you got to give credit. And this is, I think, that play was the impetus for why Tidy opted to pick the Cypher here, right? I mean, just to be able to make that play, it felt like that's why he was going for it. Just the spam, the one-way, it creates such a tough environment for the side of Campbell to counteract and outplay that. So the rest of the squad has to back up. Now it's slow once again. Egoist though gets a nice pick. Here comes the Bucky!
The Bucky. I will keep saying it. Bucky best gun in the game. That's just my opinion. I'm never going to win that fight. But anyways, there's a spike planted down. Campbell's got the aggressiveness going. They have the man advantage for pretty much the first time in this half overall. There's the blind from Jackson, but they do get a little bit of information as to where one is in U-Haul for right now in Lamps. Trying to find some kind of help here in a 4v3 scenario. Make it a 3v3. The Nixer makes it down and is able to take care of Destros. And there's a great blind around the corner from the guiding light that is just Chizuru left to go. Chizuru's gone. A thrifty round for Campbell and a big one at that. They finally stop the bleeding. They get a point back down 2.
Campbell, nicely done with the thrifty. But I think well done by the utility usage to get them into that position. They find their way on. They manage to turn all of just those weird angles to their advantage. And now, all right, 7-9. They force Castle now into a strange buy with the Odin and the judges. Let's see if Campbell can hold on to this advantage, to this weapons advantage.
Well, let's see if they can. 9-7 your scoreline here is they're going to already bring out the Seekers. Now there's just these Seekers just to give them any information at all. And through the blindness of it, by the way, yes, they knew where it was. Just going ahead and using the orbital strike down. There's the run it back, and now you're going to have the Vandal plus the Odin. And it's just a party that's going on here on A side, but the end result of it is it's going to be Campbell planting down the spike in a 3v2 scenario.
3v2. It's a slow clear. A lot of utility from Chizu. Trying to just get out of this hookah position. Or this lamps position.
Trying to find their way around. There's the curveball that comes out right now. Maybe seeing if that gets any blinds. And now it's going to be just the blind fire here. Seeing if it finds anything around the corner. Spike now being brought out. Here's trying, I guess, to tap defuse for right now. And Egoist gets the knife kill. Egoist right behind. There's the melee Campbell wants. And the lead now down to 1.
Egoist. I wish I saw how long he was prepping that, because I feel like he was slowly creeping for a little while. But does get the knife kill. But more critically, they box them into lamps. They keep them boxed in over there. They keep them solid, and now it allows them to do the retake or to hold them out. So, all right. Still advantage Campbell for now with the weapons. There are a few things on the side of Castle that should have them a little bit nervous.
Well, let's see now. It's going to make them a bit nervous. You're right. And there's something to be even more nervous about. That's Rogers.
I heard that. I heard Leon's shout of shock. That he was over there. Yeah. He was not expecting there to be a man in that corner.
They're not expecting Destros either with this Phantom to hit 2 headshots. Castle's got themselves man advantage now, as they're just going to run him down and clean him up. Ego is trying to play hero at this point and runs into the entire team. Yes, you find 1. That's all you're getting. Castle's up 10-8.
All right. Keegan, you want to pass along that information we just got from
We'll do that after we're done here with this match.
Okay, all right.
We're going to focus on this
guessing,
one.
I guess,
We'll keep people guessing. Third place match between Lelehu and Roosevelt. We'll have more results on that later on. Meanwhile, Castle Campbell still going on right now as 10-8 the lead. Campbell was within 1 at one point. Now the lead grows back up to 2. And economy-wise, this is big for both sides, really.
Everybody's got a gun. Oh, wow. The rare Team Vandal versus Team Phantom. This is the one that dictates it. Which gun reigns supreme? Well, here you go. 5 Vandals versus 5 Phantoms. All right.
I know I'm supposed to be unbiased here as a caster, but, I mean, I love the Vandal.
I know.
Let's find out. Well, Vandal strikes the first point as Egoist is able to take care of Rogers. Not waiting around the corner, mind you, by the way, so no screams of shock.
They just started shooting through that wall just in case after that one.
Just in case something happens. And so now we've got the showstopper being brought out, but that's also the trapwire engaged as well. But where's that rocket going? That rocket doesn't find anything for right now. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury being pulled out. Spots at least 1 for right now. Can't run from it, but does able to dodge it. And now you have the orbital strike maybe waiting. There's the plant coming out, and there's going to be the radar for right now. The Nixon's in a whole lot of trouble. You can't run anywhere else, because if you run it back into the orbital strike, you might as well be dead. Same thing there. Makes it a 4v2, and that Spike's such in a precarious position as well. It might not even matter. 4v1. Jackson does not have any orbs to work with whatsoever. Try to heal back up that just mighty 11 health, but could very well find some kind of miracle here in the 1v4. Campbell looking to take the point back as they get the Spike down on B.
Oh, Empress just timed out. He would have needed that in this if he wanted the outplay. They know he's on around elbow. Who's going to swing it?
Somebody asked.
Maybe not. Maybe they didn't know. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, they got to know something here. I mean,
all right.
Okay, now they've got some info. So here
I'm
comes.
sorry, Jackson. I thought they heard you shoot. Maybe they didn't. Yeah, okay. Well,
Caster curse.
I mean, he shot. He shot the gun. He shot the gun. They should have heard the shot, but nobody turned to look. So I don't know what's going on anymore.
We don't know what's going on anymore, but
yeah.
it's close.
Whoever that was from the crowd, whichever MSU guy that was, I agree. I thought he threw too, but maybe not.
10-9 scoreline. Castle leads this year, only up 1 right now. This has been back and forth so far, as you can see, 3-2, 1-1 on either end. So now we'll get to see if really, I mean, the biggest thing here for Campbell to do, especially on a big round, bonus round like this, they can tie this up. You cannot avoid a thrifty round here. You cannot. You have to avoid the thrifty win for Castle, otherwise that spells trouble for you.
Could be trouble. Let's see it, though. Yeah, let's see it. All right. Still losable if you're Castle, though. So, yeah, I mean, score is close enough.
Score is close enough.
Gotta calm down. Think about it. How do you want to do this? Tidy, gets his camera spotted. But somebody just dips through the teleporter. I think they heard it earlier. They knew somebody was in there. And it's just chaos in the backside as Campbell goes right on through. The kill feed runs red. As it's just...
Okay. They're just firing away bullets, yeah.
They're just going crazy, I guess.
Are they going for the one bullet in a dream, I guess, for this
maybe
scenario?
they're just trying to clear rifles just in case.
Just throw away all the rifles.
Clear ammo, so that, even if he picks it up, it's worthless. I don't know.
Something's happening here. I don't know what the call out is here. Spike is running out of time, and I mean, maybe not a bonus round. I mean, it does have a judge in hand for Castle, so is that worth saving?
No.
No, not at all, right? So
no.
Let's find out what they want to do. He's going to maybe try for the hero play, but doesn't know the spike is outside of that smoke right now. That spike is going to explode. Can they get out with their weapons? Answer is yes. They get to the teleporter in time. A flawless round from Campbell. And we are tied at 10. This is the closest it's been.
10 apiece. You know what? I blame Ed. Ed brought the surfboard into the room, and we might be looking at a map 3. So I don't know. I don't know. I just calling that out. That all of a sudden the surfboard came in, the prize came in, and then maybe we're going to map 3. I don't know.
Are you calling it now, or are we going to map 3? Are you confidently calling it?
Oh, no, because there's a traitor amongst. There's one traitor among us in Castle's team.
It would be somebody.
There's one Vandal user amongst the team of Phantom users.
Rodrix is the one that is the traitor overall. So down to 90 seconds left to go. Big round for both sides here, especially in a 10-10 scenario where every round at this point counts. Campbell needing to win this map in order to send us to 3. Otherwise, the surfboard goes to Castle if they get to 13 first. Around the corner, pink shells will go. Pink shells are thrown. Pink shells really not finding anything of note, at least not damage-wise. Now this is slow and steady. We talked about it earlier on, right? This is just playing split up. Slow and steady wins the race. And, again, one of the slower rounds. They would go at 53 seconds on the last time they did this. They're not going to do it this time around.
The default is playing a lot more slow, or just everyone thinking about their moves a little bit more before they commit. Information gathering key. They will definitely hear the double TP there.
They got to be careful because, these teams, they flank. They love to flank here. They love the flanks. We saw Egoist with that knife kill earlier on as well. So now you've also got the Seekers out and about. There's going to be a lot of utility. This is going to get crazy fast here, and crazy gameplay indeed. Leon's going to go right in the face of Taito and Destros, both finding their picks. Shizudo is able to clean that up. Spike is planted down on A, and here we go. Here's where the craziness gets involved. It's going to be everybody out using their abilities. Run it back comes out from Castle's Roderick just to find something here. The Vandal's not going to find anything here. Egoist is able to take care of the run it back. Jackson is there on the headshot onto JV as well. But now, the question is, planting it right next to that shower area. Won't find anything. 1v1 wins it by Jackson. Egoist and Cocky find theirs. 2v1. Jackson will not get overhealed. Campbell wins a big round at that. 11-10. They're 2 away.
Somebody sniffs a map 3. I honestly, that one, to the credit for the side of Campbell. you want to say that Zenixer and Leon, right, getting them on the site like that, right, burning of the orbital strike into Leon, just dashing, I think, over the truck, if I'm recalling how that one played out, right. That was what sets up the play for them to have such a wide numbers advantage. And yes, although they lose a couple trades at the end of it, it ends up being worth it for them that they clear it out. And that's a critical one. But Rodriguez, what a shot.
What a shot indeed. Onto JV, onto the Rays. One of the two duelists gone for Campbell. Meanwhile, yet again, Slow and Steady wins the race. Yes, you got the opening pick for Castle. Doesn't mean you have to push, especially on the defensive end, to say the least here. Trailblazer around the corner. They spot out the judge at the very least. There's the blind. Guiding Light will run Jackson off of that area. Good thing, too, because that Molly was right on its tail. And now, again, Slow and Steady. 1 minute left to go. Opening pick does not matter because Campbell's not the one that got it.
Yeah, Campbell loses their member.
Especially a race, too. That's entry.
But they still have the jet. They still have some tools. They're going to use some util. Castle. See, as here you go. Leon jumping down from the skies. Lands in front of him. I don't think you expect that spot if you're tidy.
Nope.
No way, Jose. And now Campbell with the numbers advantage.
Down from a one-man down advantage. They're all the way up to a 4v2 man advantage now. Spike is down. This could try to be a thrifty round here. Around the corner, maybe they notice where one is. They see the shots. They notice where the Phoenix is at the very least. And Zenixer's just going to line him up for 2 headshots. Campbell, the Sabres are now on map 2 point. They have 2 opportunities to close this one out and send us to a game number 3.
Still could be overtime potentials. Don't rule that out. This one is still close enough. And honestly, money in hand, if Castle can win this one and hold on to enough rifles, they can take it clean. So send us to overtime. We'll have to keep that in mind.
12-10 your scoreline here. Sabres won it. They won map 3. They won vengeance for what happened on Lotus. It was 13-5. That scoreline, an 8-point differential. Campbell now with 2-point differential of their own, looking to make it 3. 2 rounds to close it out here.
Yeah, let's
Can
see.
they do it?
Leon made that play work twice. Let's see if Castle has wisened up to that jet entry or if they've got an answer themselves.
Here.
Let's see, is there any answers whatsoever anyways? So maybe sending something through. Teleporter for right now, nothing doing. Slow, and this is a slow game. It's slow paced here. Just waiting. The nerves, you can tell, are kind of settling in, if you will. They're just playing slow. A lot on the line here, especially a tournament like this. Tournament as big as this in front of some of the biggest schools. Fourth round. Tidy's able to find one. At the very least, Castle starting this off on the right foot. They get rid of one of the biggest players there in Leon. There through the cage. Tidy finds another one. 40 seconds left to go. Makes it a 5v3. Campbell needing to find some kind of pick here, or some kind of big entryway. The door trying to open itself up. Tidy off the camera right now, looking to see if they can make it right on in. Sees the gun. Destros is there. Shizuru helps out, makes it a 4v1. And that Spike is down in such a bad spot. Egoist, if they want to close this out, needs to make it a 1v4, make it a 1v3. 13 seconds left to go. Time is running out.
If you're Egoist, you're just looking to do damage. You don't necessarily care about winning the round. You just wanted one more kill. Doesn't get it at the end, though.
You were looking just for picks at that point in a 1v4 scenario. So Castle, oh boy, gets a round right back and is one away from sending us to OT. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about a final team close?
Yeah, I mean, because Egoist not able to close that one out either, or rather, not able to get one more kill, it is full guns, full util for the side of Castle. So, we're right back. It's a reset. Last round counts. Will we go to OT, or are we done here?
Let's play.
They're already going to, but the big thing here are the alternates as well. They're already going to use the Sword of Force to start us off. There's the Showstopper. Showstopper trying to find something around the corner. Doesn't find anything. It doesn't find a kill, although you can tell the health bar. Also low there. Zenixer's there. Chizuru finds 2 of their own. Trades it out. 4v3. Spike is now planted. This is your game right here. Spike is down. Campbell in a 1 less man advantage. Hunter Fury finds at least one. Finds another. Chizuru gets it. And now In a 2v4 scenario, the spike is planted. Campbell having advantage. There's the blade storm. All blades out. Egoist finds one in a 1v2. In a 1v1. This is your game right here. There's the tap. Is it going to be enough? Chizuna versus Egoist. Who gets it in the end? It is Chizuna finds a 4K, and we are going to OT.
Chizuru, that push through. I didn't want to say it, but I don't know if Campbell or if Egoist heard him push through the Phoenix wall. He burns just a touch, but that was enough. It gets him the positioning. I don't think Egoist expects him to be right in his face, pushing for the win. And we reset. Back to it. Next 2 wins.
Next 2, gotta win by 2. It will go back and forth until we find a winner by 2. Need to win both attack and defensive side. We'll go to start this off with Campbell on the defensive side, and it will be Castle on the attacking side. No problem whatsoever. Castle, oh boy, 6-6 to start, 6-6 in the second half, and my oh my. This game just got a lot more dicey at 12-12 here in overtime. Rule states were 5,000 credits on all sides, all players. So this is going to be full buys all the way through, just rifles the way it intended. Now, let's find out who has it in them. The nerves settling in as we head into OT to start this one off.
Yeah, we reset back, and Campbell now on the defense. We'll see, did Castle figure out any new plans? They had time. They've known some of the tendencies. At the same time, Campbell will also need to be thinking about this as when they return to the offensive side.
They're returning here. They're just trying to find their way in. And again, slow is the name of the game here. They're just waiting for some kind of opening here. Some kind of open door. Just a little bit of a creak in that door. Just to enter on in. And this is the way Castle's been playing. Slow and steady. We've seen Castle play aggressively as well. But in an overtime scenario where you can't really afford any mistakes, that's not what's going to happen.
Here we go. It's going to take Yuto to get forward, clear spaces.
Big.
Leon sees it, knows that one was there, but they actually immediately jump on that. And it's a full rotate over to the other site.
Full rotate onto the other side, and now it's going to be a 5v3 scenario. Castle will go ahead and plant this one down. They will get it onto A site, and here we go with the spike now in the hands of Castle. Whoa. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, it's a flawless round. Chizuru even finds the Hunter's Fury. It don't even matter anyways, because that ultimate is now gone from the bank. But a plant on A for Castle gives them championship point.
Yep, this could be over. Now, ball's in Campbell's court. If they can find a way back and send us to double overtime. But honestly, I mean, that was, I think, just off of the timing. The unfortunate timing of one of the better, or the top fraggers on Campbell's side. Leon gets picked off of just rotating a half a second too soon. And that gave Castle the opening. Once they found their man, everybody rotated over.
Well, the Trailblazer comes out already. That's a big cooldown loss. That's a big one lost there for Castle at the very least. Or for Campbell, I should say. And now just trying to find some kind of hope here for Campbell. Campbell needing to win this round, send us to double overtime. Will they find it? It's just the nerves now. The surfboard waiting for the winner of this championship in the back. There's the double satchel. They're not looking to see Jackson and Chizuru around the corner. The dismiss gets Jackson out of a tight spot. 2v5. Leon's able to find one. Zinixter is able to find it. We're back to a 2v2 scenario.
Health bar's low.
Health bars are low.
Bar's low.
Super low indeed. As they will try to turn this all the way back around. Tidy finds Zinixter. 2v1. 33 health in the dream here. Campbell needing to find this. It's all or nothing. 35 seconds. Looker Spike is as well. Precarious position.
Do they know?
To where it is.
I don't think they know.
What's just happening going on right now? 25 seconds. The time is starting to tick away. Castle knows they're 20 seconds off from winning the Hawaii Esports Invitational. An exciting ending, to say the least here. 15 seconds. And only time left to go. They know where one is at the very least, and it will be Tidy cleaning it up. The freshman cleans it up, and it will be the Castle High School Knights taking home the surfboard, the Kaneohe Classic, if you will, for the team from Castle High School. What a match overall to send us to overtime at the end as well.
Wow, what a close to that one. You almost thought, but that is again, it's the double swing, right? Tied. I mean, oh, I can't. That was well played from Castle at the end there to hold. That was, they engaged. They needed to get that pick. Otherwise, the Reno was going to be hung out to dry. Everything about that last round, we can break that down. But what a run. I mean, credit to both teams here. If you were on the side of Campbell, well fought. But unfortunately, Castle ends up taking the open here today.
Yeah, they put on the best show that they could. 6-6 in the first half, 6-6 in the second half of that last game. In the end, couldn't win out. It was only took one overtime. But for Castle, they win it 14-12 in the end as they shake hands all across the stage right now, giving some good sportsmanship. But the final round of the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's High School Finals going the way of the Knights from Kaneohe of Castle High School. So they will get it in the end. And we were very, and that was, you and I were very afraid that there could have been a third map going on there the way that Campbell had a lot of confidence.
Ed left the room after we said that, so we were okay after that. He walked out. He was like, okay, I got
he's back now.
he came back. Yeah, but, it was almost the map 3 territory.
Yeah, it was almost the map 3 territory indeed. Again, special thanks before we start to go ahead and go through all of this. So again, thanks to all of the sponsors here, at least for the high school side. To carry on over, of course, to the college side, which we will have after the the trophy ceremony, and then of course the college starts off on the double round robin side. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will go ahead and give away the trophy, aka the surfboard. When we come back, you're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
Not happy with your loan rates and high fees? Want to hear a secret? The best way to bank may be at Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union. Our members are also our owners. That's why your loan rates are so low, and you have very low or no fees. We don't have stockholders, so all our profits go to member benefits. Now that's a great deal. When you have Aloha, anything is possible. Visit a branch or alohapacific.com.
We work hard to put a smile on your face. As a member of Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union, you get surprisingly low rates on loans. So you can buy that car or house, pay for major expenses, or consolidate debt. We treat your money like we treat you, with Aloha. And you get expert advice for a better financial future. When you have Aloha, anything is possible. Visit a branch or alohapacific.com.
Zippies. First of all, with the high school competition, how about a round of applause for all of the teams that participated here today? All 4 teams, wonderful job to them. Of course, inside of this room right now, pretty packed, if you will, to see that later on today, in actually a couple of minutes, if you will, a couple of moments, we'll see Michigan State and Stony Brook, as well as the University of Hawaii and HPU. But how about a round of applause for the colleges that came down here? So Stony Brook and Michigan State, we'll see you guys soon, but a round of applause for you guys before we leave out. First of all, how was the Zippies? I know I talked to Michigan State earlier. How was the Zippies? Stony Brook? You guys liked it? Pretty good? Yeah? You guys wish you had that back on the mainline, huh? Don't worry, closest one is Vegas, I promise you. You can go to the HyperX Arena and get that as well. All right, well, anyways, it's time to go ahead and hand out some awards, including the surfboard, but we'll go in order first and foremost with the third place game. So earlier on, we had the third place game outside. That was a best of three, I guess, third place matchup. You have Roosevelt versus Lelehua, Ascent going 13-6, Breeze going 13-11 in another close one in itself, but winning third place and some gift cards, if you will, to go to Zippies. Please welcome up Lelehua High School. And I'll move out of the way if anybody wants to take some pictures, including our guys from ESPN Honolulu, as well as Ed over there in the far corner. Good thing you have your advantage of height. All right, congratulations to them, and giving them the gift cards right now. Kevin, VP of Marketing and Communications from Zippies. All right, and now we get to some of our other awards. First and foremost, there still is a prize coming up from second place. And second place, this team did fall in an 0-2 scenario in the finals, but a final record overall of 2-1 in the round robin. Will you please welcome up Campbell High School? All right, congratulations to Campbell. Make sure you take the gift cards with you because that's some good food over there. All right, and before we present our championship and as well as our MVP, please give a round of applause to Zippy as well as Kevin, and from VP is the VP of Marketing and Communications. Zippy's the presenting sponsor of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. All right, and now first and foremost, before we give out the trophy, I guess you could say, the surfboard is the indication, but it is the trophy after all. We'll give away our high school MVP award, and this is a gift card on top of the prizes that are already being given out already. But for the high school MVP, well, this one was not a hard decision, I guess you could say, for the boys in the back, as they got 2 aces during the entire series. So please welcome up Tidy from Castle High School. All right, congratulations there, high school MVP for Castle. But now it's time, of course, for the team award, lifting up the trophy here. 3-0, perfect record throughout the entire thing, and winning the final score 13-5 on Lotus, 14-12 in our first and only overtime in the entire day. Please welcome up your champions of the Hawaii Esports Invitational, Castle High School. By the way, first place prize for the high school Valorant scene, along with the gift cards from Zippies. They also get the $500 credit to PC Gamers. And now They can receive the trophy as well, ladies and gentlemen. Raising up the trophy for the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Please give one more round of applause to Castle High School. Don't let that surfboard go missing. If it's lost at sea, we can do nothing about it. Congratulations, guys, and we will have more action for you coming up later on. Again, stick around. We will have the college groups, 2 matches of college going up with Michigan State, Stony Brook, University of Hawaii, as well as the host here at HPU. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. While we're waiting for the next matchup to come up here between the Michigan State University as well as the University of Hawaii at Manoa, joining here back in the booth by the one and only, the MVP of it overall, Tidy from Castle High School joining us. And Tidy, I saw earlier on you handed off your envelope, your MVP envelope, to one of your guys over there.
Yeah.
You're making sure that that's yours, right?
Yeah,
you're accounting for it. No one's going to steal it, right?
Yeah, no one's going to steal it. Right.
All right, so let's talk about this real quick. Let's go through the games here because first map on Lotus, all you guys, 13-5 overall, but how does it feel to have 2 aces in a single game?
It was pretty good. I feel good about it. Hyped me up.
Which one was better for you? Which one was better? First one or the second one?
I think the second one was better. We're no first one. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 2 aces, and then you also have yourself. So let me ask you here. You went from what was a duelist.
Yeah.
You went from a duelist, and then you went on to be playing a sentinel in the cipher at the end. What was the call there from your team? I mean, was that a personal preference?
I just let my my teammates play duelist because I play duelist for all the games, so I'll give them a chance to.
So that's what it was. So
yeah.
so it was more or less just I'm gonna let the other guys play it.
I also know how to play Cypher on that map, so.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, no Killjoy, no other Sentinel, just bring
I only
out
play Cypher. Yeah.
Only play Cypher.
Yeah.
All right, how many lineup videos or how many videos have you watched online?
I watched like a few clips, and then I just played it in my comp matches, and it works out. So.
Very nice. All right, so you guys come in here, perfect record, 3-0. No worries, I guess, at all in the world to get the last 2-0 win. Now you have the surfboard in hand. I mean, you're going to have that surfboard with. Yeah, but why not? Bring it in camera right now. You have that surfboard in hand. Is that going back to the school, or be honest, are you going to keep it?
I'll just give it to the school because I don't know where to place it in my room. It's too big.
No, it's not too big. You can place it up next to the bed or something like that. You know, no, just going to give it back to the school.
Yeah, I'll just get back to school.
All right. Well, anyways, and by the way, folks, this guy right here, only a freshman, mind you, only a freshman. So he's got 3 more years of scaring the rest of the competition out of the way, if you will, if they play in Vanza here. So big congratulations. And are you like just content with the win here? Or are you guys looking for more for your 3 years here? You're going to be back here for all of the Hawaii Esports Invitationals that are going to be played out.
I'll probably be back here. Yeah, I'll keep playing.
All right.
It's pretty fun.
So watch out, Ed Lallier. He is you might have to give him more Zippy's gift cards coming up in the future. Anyways, Tidy, thank you very much. Congratulations to you and the rest of your team. We'll be right back with more action. University action coming up next.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena. K-Tad and Henry taking you through the start of the collegiate side of the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. And Henry, we've got, I think, the thing we've been waiting for to see.
Oh, yeah.
It's mainland, right? Or here, for those that are not from Hawaii right now, right? What we call the mainland versus the home teams, right, in UH, HPU, etc. We are excited to see some collegiate invitational action, and today we're starting off with what could be one of the best matchups. I don't know. Everyone's going to say that their team is the best, so I don't know if we can call it that, but between Michigan State and UH Esports, UH Manoa, Henry, I mean, if you had to pick one, right off the bat, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who are you picking as your favorite right out the gate?
I'm picking Michigan because Kevin has rejected my offer for dinner, I think, 12 times tonight. Just for that, we're picking Michigan. But they also have a really nice green. It's green versus green. It's east versus west. There's a nice storyline going on. We've got a cam ready for them. In case we ever have a hype moment, we can watch the duality of man with one team being really happy, the other team just in shambles. I'm very excited, to be honest. We've been always, you know, if you're from here, you always hear about, like, the ping diff and, like, how it's a little unfair because we're further from the servers, but it's a little even now. I mean, granted, I've been told the Michigan team and also Stony Brook, they haven't tried the ping here quite much.
Yeah, well, so interestingly, I just talked to Michigan about this, and I was like, so what is, they told me the ping that they get from their facility is 6.
Oh, I was told 5.
Or single digit,
there.
right?
Yeah,
Single
yeah,
digit,
yeah.
around there, right? So when you consider that we're playing on 60, it's a 10 times factor of what they're used to
So we
playing.
better be 10 times better. If we're not 10 times better, we're calling it.
Yeah, with them on equal ping. Sure. Well, all right. Well, without further ado, right, we got a lot of things to talk about. We'll have a lot to talk about over the weekend as we look at the format, or as we talk about the format here. We are going to see 2 matches tonight, both of them with Michigan State as one of the teams, but they will play against Hawaii tonight. So UH Manoa on screen first, and then following that matchup, HPU to go up on stage afterwards. And that will be all that we will see tonight in the double round robin.
Yes.
So keeping in mind, for format reasons, every team will play every other team twice, and then the top 2 teams from there will advance into the finals tomorrow. So we finish the round robin tomorrow morning, we take a little bit of a break, and then we close out the day before all of the teams have to fly home. Some of them are leaving tomorrow night, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I heard that from Stony. Oh, yeah, Michigan's confirming it, too. They leave nighttime tomorrow just because getting back. That flight is terrible. The time difference. You lose 5 hours going back the other way.
Oh, man.
It's rough. It's a rough flight. So I feel for you guys as somebody that has to take that flight every once in a while. Yep, it is tough. It is not fun. But, hey, you guys made it all the way out to the islands. So
I mean, I can't relate. I've never unlocked the mainland DLC quite yet. It's always them coming to us. It's never me going out there. So at least I know it exists because they keep coming.
Yeah,
over
they
here.
show up, right? You've seen them.
Yeah.
There's this
They're not just
mystical
voices
place
in my head.
Exactly. Well, speaking of the mainland team, let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. So starting with the quote-unquote away team, but let's take a look at the starting lineup on the Michigan State roster with Frog, Frodo, Ice Bear, Slammed, and a Moonroll as the starting 5 that we are seeing up in there. And you can see them getting ready at their stations. These guys have traveled thousands of miles to get here, but if we had to take a look at a single player to call out, I was told one of the people to watch is actually the player by the name of Slam. So, according to Michigan State, this was a former rank 1 player on the ladder. So this guy can hang. He is good, but he's a sophomore at that. So, potentially a lot of years out of this guy coming up. And with the duelist main, I mean, I'm expecting big plays.
And we got to see a little preview of him, I believe, in the All-Star match, too. And that was a little bit terrifying, I'm not going to lie. I didn't know there was potential for the players to play at that caliber, let alone on the ping that we are on.
Yeah, he warmed up, actually, right? He got to play a game, right?
True.
All his teammates are going to
true.
take a little, maybe a few rounds to get up there and all that, but he's ready. He played. He got in there. We'll see how he goes. I mean, if the All-Star match was anything to take from in how player performance is going to be, I think we are in for one heck of a performance out of the duelist from Michigan State. But to talk about the other side, and for those of us that are born and raised out in the islands, one of the two home teams, although yes, we're in HPU's house, we are going to take a look now at the other side at UH Esports, right? The program out of UH Manoa with their starting roster being On the Peak, Kuri, Mess, Encrypto, and Ghost. Or Messi, sorry. Encrypto and Ghost.
Okay. And, gonna be honest, this is like the second or maybe third rendition of the varsity team that we've seen from UHE already. These are, I'm old as heck. I don't know any of these people, which makes me feel very bad. But I did ask Jordan from HPU before we started this game, like, who do you have winning this tournament? Who do you have winning this game? And he told me his prediction is that the surfboard will be staying on island by the end of this.
Okay, well, with the idea that maybe the surfboard stays, right? They don't want to have to burden any of the travel-aways with taking it back in their luggage. We do want to feature out one more player from the UH Esports side. And, I think you were mentioning the generations of the varsity squad. Well, in my mind, one of the players that has survived the generational churn, so to speak, right, is, in fact, the current IGL in crypto. And let's take a look at his stats. And right there, he is a senior, right? Kave being one of the last guys standing to have played with some of the, what you might call the OGs or the old starting members of the Valorant roster at UH. Well, now Kave in a leadership role, senior, about to graduate out, but who knows? Maybe he'll be able to bring his team some last shards of glory.
Absolutely so. And what better way to prove it than in the classic East versus West matchup that we have starting off for us? We will have another game with Michigan State on broadcast, as we mentioned earlier, but both broadcasted games today are East versus West. There's going to be chances for both home teams to kind of prove themselves. And I think it's an interesting storyline, because we're not going to finish every game heading into tomorrow morning, but at least we're going to have some of the story built, and we'll have our underdogs and our fan favorites to win, and that could create some interesting scenarios for tomorrow.
It absolutely could, and that's where, maybe we end up seeing our East versus West finals, right? It's not guaranteed. It'd be interesting to see if we end up with two Eastern teams, two Western teams, right, or two Hawaii teams. Who knows? This is literally the first round of the round robin that we are starting off with, and I believe we are about to get ready to go into our first map. But let's take a look at where we are going, and it is going to be split. So across the board, right, new map. We haven't seen this all day in the high school part of the Invitational, as well as the All-Star match, but we're going to split, and I just want to take a look at the bans real quick. So
Sunset was the last ban, I believe.
Yeah.
So we were going to be guaranteed a new map regardless, and now Sunset is the only one left that we haven't seen. Split, like you said, a first-timer on the day, and so what do you expect going into this? Because we haven't seen it yet.
No, I mean, I think no expectations on the table for the play on Split, but I just want to take a look and try to remember what these bans look like, because it does look like a lot of these long sightline maps were banned away from both sides,
right,
with Lotus and Sunset coming in last. I mean, it's an interesting thought, right? We're seeing the way that these maps kind of play out and the way that everything goes through. I'm curious to see how we will see that adapt over the course of the weekend with the bans. But with that said, without any further ado, we are about to head into Agent Select for Map 1, Game 1 of the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. And I'm excited, Henry. I mean, one, not only because we get to see a collegiate showcase, but two, the fact that this is presented by Zippies.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, what's more local than Zippies? Right? Like, I mean, how much more awesome could that be? That we're here, we're watching esports presented by Zippies. We got matching Aloha shirts for all the crew.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think it's going to be in for a great rest of the weekend. And so let's go. All right, first picks going through. We are on a little bit of a delay now, so we get to talk about these things freely, I think, as immediately. Look at that. Michigan State just locks it in and
boom, 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 boom.
All right, okay, that's interesting.
You know what? Actually, I want to point something out. I noticed they have a frog. We used to have a frog.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
Frog
that.
was a player
Yeah.
that graduated. That is correct.
So a little bit of recollection, but I think you wanted to point out some of the agents that we haven't seen at all throughout the course of the day.
I mean, Neon being one of the first ones we've seen, right? A duelist, and not a lot of blinds necessarily outside of the sky, or rather, as the duelist, not a lot of blinds, but a lot of support utility, right? In the breach, in the sky. They've got a lot of ways that they can kind of give that Neon that ability to get onto site, right? And I'm really curious to see how that's going to play out for them. As UH slowly, I think, still trying to figure this one out. I don't know if this was the map they necessarily wanted, but all right, let's see as everything locks in.
Yeah, and a couple of agents that have made only very few appearances throughout the day. The Astra and the Deadlock, noticeably, right? We've seen the utility of the Deadlock kind of be like a double-edged sword in some cases, but it does end up working out if you've got that team communication going on. I think the choice of Duelist on both sides is pretty interesting because on Split, you kind of think of this as the map where it's very easy for people to 5-man onto a site and kind of rush it as fast as possible. Opting for a single Duelist means you're counting on that initial burst of potential getting onto a site to be much more successful than the opponent's potential retake of the site. And so I think they're riding a lot on that initial burst of momentum, and I really want to see how the pistol round ends up shaping it, because that we have seen throughout the entire day has had major implications, not just for the next round where the winning team gets to buy a little bit, but it seems to echo throughout maybe like 6 rounds through sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to be said about the way that momentum carries, especially in the earlier phases of competition, right? When you look at high school, or if you do see middle school, which we have seen a little bit before here, right,
yes.
in Hawaii. But the ability of earlier, younger players, momentum carries a lot more weight. It has a lot more impact on the game. I am expecting out of rosters like these in the collegiate space, to both of them will be able to kind of right the ship, right, and be able to calm down or whatever the case may be on a mental skill, that it won't be as impactful if they have to reset 2 rounds in, 3 rounds in, right, whatever the case may be. I expect a little bit more out of these teams. I expect, a little bit more higher gameplay, and honestly, with the ranks that some of these guys are touting, I think we're in for a good show.
Okay. Well, anyway, as we get a preview of this beautiful map that we have yet to see on broadcast today, or I believe it hasn't even picked even on the game's off stream, but, there's a lot of different ways we can play this. I think the most classic way is to start with a rush onto B for round number 1 and seeing how that works out. But, we did mention the single duelist on both sides and how it can play a role. I don't recall that too much, utility in terms of smoking on both sides, so it's going to be an interesting usage of utility to try to rush onto the site. One of the nice things about having a map with 2 sites is that you don't have to divert your resources too much. Yes, mid is a very important segue between A and B, but if you ultimately think about it, it doesn't take too long to rotate from site to site, and as a result, you can choose to put more people, more agents onto a site if you're defense, and just go for that retake like we were mentioning a little bit earlier. I will say that the mid area has proven to be sort of a wild card in terms of how the different teams play out their styles. We saw it on Ascent quite a bit. When rushing a site didn't work out, they started playing slower, playing for picks around that mid area and seeing if they could capitalize on anything they can get there, because sometimes a simple as number as advantage can help out quite a bit. I'm talking and rambling a little bit just because we have a little bit of technical difficulties, but the players are still resuming as they are, and we'll try to get that feed to you as soon as possible. But, Split being one of those maps, I don't have too much experience playing on it in a competitive scene. I often do it in Swift play with my friends, but you learn a little bit from the play styles of professionals and watching people in higher elos play it. I'm joined by Keegan all of a sudden, who is now up here. I was enjoying the not having to worry about the camera being at a terrible angle, but we can bring you back on.
Yeah, it's more or less we're having technical difficulties right now, so K10 had to put out some other fires for right now. But in the meantime, give you guys a little bit of an update going around. We do have 6 total matches that are going to be played the entire weekend here for the collegiate side. Double round robin, if you will. So it will be 3 rounds, 1 game, of course, 3 rounds, another game, and then after that we will determine, after all the records are said and done, 2 best records play on to the championship round to receive the coveted surfboard. And for the teams from the mainland, from East Lansing as well as Stony Brook, I don't know how the heck they're going to take that surfboard if they win that. So
I was actually talking to Kyler about it. Like, imagine you win the surfboard, right? You head back to the airport. You're going to tell them, we have this interesting carry-on that we got to put in the upper compartment of
the carry-on.
Yeah, the carry-on.
You think that could get through TSA as a carry-on?
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you just like chuck it over the metal
detector? If you can get through that through TSA and the check-in at the first place, that would be super impressive.
That would be a story to tell security.
That's not even a story. That's one where you got to come back and grab another one if they win it here.
Or maybe we UPS it to them, something like
that. UPS, not FedEx. No,
not FedEx. Not.
See if we get a shipping sponsorship for the next HEI.
Just for bringing the trophy.
Just for shipping on over if they win. The sponsorship from FedEx or UPS or USPS. Who knows? You can get the United States Postal Service if you really want to.
I will say, because we don't often get collegiate programs from outside of the islands to come over here. And I was looking at the jerseys of both teams, and I was like, wow, they actually look really good. I'm kind of jealous. Maybe this is a rec for those collegiate programs. I'm kind of jealous I couldn't get a blank one. You know what I mean? I feel like it could become some sort of...
I think we need to walk up to the directors of each one. Like, I know Stony Brook had a lot of good swag during their time there. They had a bag, which, by the way, I will say, shamelessly, I will say I took 2 bags. One empty one and one full one. The empty one, more or less the gym bag for me as well. So I will say that at the very least. It looks like, there's some cheering going on. So UH, I think, from the UH crowd, so I think they've won. But again, we're going in technical difficulties.
But we're blind. We don't know.
Who knows at this point? But anyways, so we're looking at, again, some technical difficulties on stream. We do apologize for that. We're trying to get that fixed altogether. That's why I'm back on and why K-Tut's not on.
I think it would be a cool idea to bring a blank jersey from each university, right? HPU has one, UH has one, Stony Brook has one, Michigan has one. And we give one to each university that comes, and we have the players sign their names on it.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that could be a cool tradition that we start
doing. I think talking with one of the directors earlier, talking with Director Chris, who you saw on the panel earlier as well, he was saying that he gave the commitment to Ed already that they want to keep coming back here every single year, and they are very excited if they want to make the list every single year to do so. So I think that's pretty impressive in itself to have a program like Michigan State. And by the way, talking again for this team from East Lansing, they said that all of their players, they only have 3 games to go through: Rocket League, Super Smash, as well as Valorant, which you are seeing right now. For these teams, all of their players on at least partial scholarship. So all of the players you see that are going to be on this team that are starting at the very least, and everybody in the program really, if you're a student playing on the team, partial scholarship at the very least. So that is such a program as well as back on January 17th. I know from our partners that are sponsoring this one, but at the same time, you also had our partners from from Mobile IT Forza here, but for Michigan State at the very least, they have from January 17th, they opened up the Alienware Esports Arena, or Esports Lounge that they have there in Michigan State. Only one of 3 nationally that are open right now. So Michigan State gets the honor of having one of 3 very nice, by the way, 4070s and all that. It's just unbelievable to look at. If you look at social media, by the way, if you follow Michigan State on Esports on X, I guess you could say, X formerly known as Twitter, if you will. Again, but follow them. They have so many great pictures of that as well, and it's just an unbelievable thing to look at. And I think we are into the game right now as we can finally see it. 3-0 your scoreline. UH actually in the lead here for the team out of Manoa. So 3-0 your scoreline. You can see the setups right now as you've got the Omens, Cypher, Sky, Rays, and Viper set up for the University of Hawaii, who just on their side. Meanwhile, for Michigan State, you've got the Astra, you've got the Deadlock, the Sky, the Neon, and the Breach. So almost two completely different setups here.
And we were talking about how both sides chose a single duelist for this and how it's going to impact the way that they play. And I put a lot of emphasis on the initial stage, and it feels like a little bit of desync going on. But I'll tell you an interesting story, because I found out Michigan State, they're also the Spartans. UH does not have a good history against mascot Spartans. We're not too great against SJSU, and so it might be a little bit of dark horse kind of reading into it. But
there's only so many Spartans.
There are so many Spartans, and it looks like based on the scoreline that we currently have, UH are doing pretty good against these Spartans.
Yeah, UH doing pretty good right about now as you believe that, again, audio is desync, so if you hear the round start to the round over at this point, then, again, our team is doing a great job of trying to put all of the things together, so great shout out to EMP Live Designs for putting it all together as well. They're doing their best, but at the same time, UHM gets a 4th point on the board, and we've got ourselves a little bit good of a scenario for UHM at the very least, 4-0 scoreline, and now on the peak already 8 points, and that's actually on the peak one of the 3 members that have returned here, 2 new members for the UHM team.
Yeah, and as we start the round number 5 over here, we don't really know about the strategies heading into these teams, but I think they've kind of figured it out. We saw a bunch of similarities from the previous series throughout the day. We saw a lot of rushing in the beginning, and then they started playing slower and slower and slower throughout the series, and that's what I think we're noticing right now. But on the side of Michigan State, they're kind of pushing the aggressive here a little bit. Peeking into 3 is not going to work in your favor here, and UH immediately lose 3 as a result in exchange for the Astra only.
And okay, well, almost. It was close. Had a lineup potential to get 3 there if that flick went the right way, and we've seen a lot of stray bullet potentials.
Oh yeah,
but nothing doing that far around. Michigan State's able to find their first point on the board to make it 4-1 right now, and so off and running here for the Spartans to get their first point on the board. UH got 4 straight though, so that's a start. That's their economy as well as the bank for this round becomes also more important.
And it looks like a buy round is going to be coming out for both sides here. We did highlight Slammed as kind of this at one point rank 1 player on the ladder, is currently top frag on the team, looking to prove himself here on this collegiate stage. And, the utility of the deadlock is going to mean a lot based on how well, teams are able to push up or defend. And look at this, already able to capture 2, already took 2 people on the side of UHE out of the equation and making the fight a lot closer here. 3v2 remaining, 3v1 I should say. Last one left is the one with the spike. Curie is found out, but shocked by the neon, and Frog takes it down. That's going to be a 2nd round in a row, I believe.
Yeah, that's a second round that UH really didn't want to give up, especially on the economy side. So now with the economy at least in play, that UH is going to have to play a little bit more aggressive, especially on the attacking side, right? You have a lot of good plays to work with. You have that Omen Smoke, you have the Sky Flash, and the Viper Walls as well. You can play a little bit more aggressively, especially with the risk. Only thing holding you back really is the Cypher, but even that Neural Theft can come up at the same time as well. So here we go. As they go around the corner for right now, trying to go ahead and make some concussions happen. FRQ trying to do what they do. Around the corner, they will go. What a flick from Frog to get messy at the very least. So that now makes it a 4v3 scenario. And you can see the Neural Theft working its magic right now to give some information, knowing that they are split up a little bit in a 1v1 scenario, make it a 3v2. So here comes the Seekers, only for 2 people, mind you, with those Seekers. As Slammed is able to take care of Ghost, making a 2v2 scenario. Spike is now down and planted. Here we go for B-side. Guiding light around the corner. Doesn't even need the guiding light. They were looking for the guiding light, turned around for it, and that allows them to walk right on in for that peak. On the peak gets a 3rd round, and UHM, what a strategy there on B.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a usage of the Deadlock ultimate there, which means now that's going to be down. But yeah, UH bringing that round back, a great usage of utility to kind of mind games the peeking there.
This game is psychology based.
100%. 100%. And the rats peeking corners too kind of thing always works out. But, Michigan State, they are going to buy a little bit as much as they possibly can. They have 4 ultimates though available to them, and the kills that you get without using the ultimates aren't very useful. He's just going to run in there, is immediately going to claim in crypto. Can he see anything else you can get? No, the Rolling Thunder is going to stop UH in their tracks, though, as Ghost is pushing up in that mid area. Ice Bear looking for a little bit of a cheese flank is not going to work out. Peaks coming through, and so are the blinds. Frog still alive, using that net to kind of make sure people can't be seen. But Frog with a beautiful crosshair placement. is going to even out to the best of their abilities. On the peak now in a beautiful angle with the Viper's Pit activated. Messi claiming another. The star player down. Frog also falling. And UH guarantee at minimum a tie for the first half.
Yeah, 6-2 scored line there. University of Hawaii playing that well off, especially in a 4v2 man advantage. You never want to lose some of those, so a well done job by the University of Hawaii. So Manoa off and running here with 6-2, guaranteeing themselves a tie at the half at the very least, like you were saying. Minimum.
Yes.
The bigger thing, though, is that you look at the economy here for Michigan State, and they've already got themselves 4 sheriffs and light armor, and that's about it. I mean, you've got maybe a Phantom, the hero gun, if that. University of Hawaii sitting pretty, knowing that they can buy full buy, and know that they can at least full buy into the next round here.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Michigan State and you're looking at these 4 sheriffs, I wouldn't be too discouraged because aside from the light shields, if you can land your headshots, the guns don't really matter. A headshot is still a 1 kill, 1 tap on the sheriff, so you know, pick your battles well, and you could see yourself coming up in this round as a little bit of aggressive pushing come out here from Onda, as you probably expect. Is going to get blinded by his teammate, though, unfortunately.
That's a little unfortunate.
That's it feels bad. We see it. We hear that. We have that a lot. We have a person for that.
Yeah, at this point, it's not a feels bad. It's more of a expected. To be fair, it's more of a oh, whoops, sorry. That usually happens. Anyways, 55 seconds on the clock now as they're trying to find their way in. UH playing a little bit slower than they normally have here. Usually they'd be throwing out util by right about now, which they start doing.
Yes.
However, well, they start moving on in, and with the 40 seconds left to go on the clock, it's kind of more or less make the move now before you run out of time. And yes, you still have a couple of moves left, and FRQ actually gets blinded out. That's not bad. Question is, can they keep entering on in? Moonroll's right there waiting for them in the shadows in the elbow area. That's a headshot on the Messi's able to find Moonroll, though, in the process. Ghost gets one back, too. So man advantage goes back to the team from Manoa. Meanwhile, FRQ gets one inside of that smoke. Ghost is gone.
Gun transfer.
And now the gun transfer's out onto the Phantom instead. Through the smoke, through the poison. And through poison you cannot escape from. That is well off and well placed. The University of Hawaii with that spike just dwindling down on time. Somebody's got to be the hero, and if anybody's going to be the hero, it's Slammed. One of the best players you'll see here in this competition. There's another headshot. What a flick in Crypto, and now it's only 1 Viper left to go. Viper gone, and what a retake from these 2 players of Michigan State.
And this was a save round. This was 4 sheriff spot on the side of MSU. They come up clutch, and not only that, 2 other players get to upgrade. 2 Vandals. And what a comeback round for them. And speaking of coming back, I get to have the proper camera adjustment character here with me.
Yeah, all right, hi, we're back. Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking
about.
The first 10 minutes were great. I don't know what anyone's talking about. All right, but anyways, yeah, okay, so I was looking at something else,
You're just so engrossed in work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, so 6-3 at the half, right? I did see that last round, and all right, walk me through it. I mean, what have I missed?
So right now we have UH pushing pedal to the metal, aggressive on 2 fronts here. Viper Wall is on A, and that is securing a lot of information. Not sure how they're going to be using this diversion of tactics here, but Spike has picked up quite heavily. Ghost has claimed 1, but is on 7 health, uses the Neural Theft just in time, knows where the other members of Michigan State are going to be, and is going to find out once again in a little bit. Slam discovered. Is he going to fall down, though? No, it's going to be 1-2! Is it going to be a 3K? No, Messi cleans it up, and now it's 2v3 in favor of MSU.
Yeah, Messi with the clean out on Slam there. That's huge. But now needs to recover the spike, able to get it, and that means now they can push up. So 2-on-2 or 2-on-3 on the play, but it looks like most of Michigan thinks that it's going to be a rotate back. Nobody sees the plan, or they don't hear it. Information there. Now they know spike planted on A. And we'll see what they do. But Ghost, incredibly low. It would be on Messi to be the one. He is
9 for the 10-9 scoreline right now between Michigan State University and the University of Hawaii at Manoa right now. 10-9 your score. We welcome you back inside of the booth and then inside of the game. East Lansing versus Manoa happening right now. So get it down to a 3v2 scenario. Plant will go down. Here we go for the team from East Lansing up 10-9 in a very close game, mind you. 1 point, a little bit bigger of a lead for UHM. That has dwindled down to now to a lead to Michigan State in the process. For those of you just joining us, those new joining us, we welcome you to the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies here live from the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena inside of the Aloha Tower Marketplace. You'll see the lineup maybe just a little bit, but it will not happen for Michigan State. The lineup happens for UHM. And it's tied at 10 apiece.
Tied 10 apiece, and you can feel the tension in the room. Everyone is as nervous as you can get here. And, I mean, this has major implications heading into the rest of this double round robin because, you know, you can only get so many points in a double round robin. There's going to be 6 games, and you're only really playing, what is it? I believe 6 games?
Yeah. You're playing 6 games in the double round
so
robin.
Starting off 1-0 versus starting off 0-1 is a big thing. We've seen it in international tournaments at the pro scene before. We see it here. It's the same idea. But MSU, they've been able to get the plant down in the last few rounds, but the retake on the side of UH has been successful. As I say that, once again, the Neon starting off with the first blood of the round. And now, MSU, they're spread out quite a bit. They're trying to see if they can get any other picks before completing their plant onto a site here.
See if they can here. 10-10 scoreline right now between Spartans and UHM as they try to lead themselves right on in for Michigan State, trying to find that opening. They got rid of a Cypher. That's a huge pick for them. That's the only Sentinel that appears right now for the University of Hawaii. That's their only chance to go on right now. So they'll try this again from the shadows. We'll pull through for right now for UH, seeing where their positioning is for the moment. The default line they beat, but it's just a little bit too much. Frog and Moonrow both finding their picks. It's now a 4v2 in favor of Michigan State as they get the plant down here on B. There's the robe, there's the flash shot. Is anybody going to be able to peek that for right now? No. It's only up to Gui. Gui's got to make some kind of difference. It will not happen. Slammed is able to find the final blow there. Michigan State 2 points away from taking home the first round.
Was a Phantom versus Vandal difference. You heard the dink going off there. Unfortunately, because it was too far away, not the kill that you were looking for. And MSU, they secure the 11th round for them now. 2 away from claiming this best of 1. UH not far behind, only needing 3 more rounds. This is setting up to look like an overtime situation, and it could be very likely. And we knew that this would be the heavyweight match with these 2 teams. And next one coming in as a full rush onto A site here, coming out on the side of Michigan State. Slammed discovered though, looking to see if they can find any stragglers, and that's not going to be the case, but the spike is going to be planted really, really early. And now it's up to UH, 5 members strong, to do and complete that retake.
So UH needed to make the retake here. Down 1 at the very least. Needs to make some kind of magic happen. FRQ stopping already what would be guiding lights. Trailblazers and all. Showstopper before On the Peak dies is fired away and takes care of Frog. Makes it a 3v3 scenario now here in Michigan State. Trying to go ahead and attack here. UH trying to defuse, but that gets stopped right away. Doesn't even get to half. It makes it a 2v2 scenario. Ooh. And Ice Bear finding another pick here. Getting into at least half. It will not happen. Moonrow gets the kill. 12-10, Michigan State, 2 opportunities a match.
And you can tell these are not easy situations for either team. Trying to figure out where the enemy is going to be, reading it out, matching utility with another player going off on the other side. It's just so close.
It is so close indeed. Real quickly, the Hawaii Esports Invitational brought to you in part by the Hyatt Regency, featuring some of the largest guest rooms and suites in Waikiki and views of the ocean or downtown Waikiki. The Hyatt Regency Waikiki Beach Resort and Spa is your hotel for vacation or staycation. Book your stay today using their website, Hyatt.com. As we get into the game right now, back into the game, 12-10. Match point here for Michigan State, needing just 1 point for Manoa. They may not be in Manoa Valley right now, but the Manoa match needed to happen here for the University of Hawaii to give themselves the next 2 points and send this down to overtime. On the peak.
They don't know.
They don't know. They were staying down right there. On the peak is able to find two. Cootie's able to bring that all the way back. Cosmic Divide is up. The Cosmic Divide will stay. 4v2 scenario for the moment. There's Ice Bear taking care of Cootie, making it a 3v2. All eyes, all stress right now just on this game for the University of Hawaii. Trying to keep the prevalence of that name inside of the collegiate programs in Valorant. 50 seconds left to go now, seeing if they can beat a team from the Big East Conference. The leader with a Big 10, but Moonrose able to find in Crypto, making it a 2v2. Great flash from the sky. Is able to take care of Messi, and now it all